outer space. I got Milky Way for blood, evolution in my veins. I'm gone, I've been far away. I'm illuminated now, make a move, start a waves. I've been dreaming about flying for a long time. I had a vision from the birds, they want a coastline. Artificially intelligent away. I'm your future, past and present, I'm a fine line. Yeah, I'm a missing link of this illusion. I am not really here, I'm an intrusion. I don't swim or sing, I just flow. I don't need gravity, I need room. When I move, it's in a quick rumble. I will never ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break out walls like Jericho. When I'm
Con Baltics. Are you ready to enter the Comic-Con Baltics multiverse, where you will experience the worlds of gaming, TV shows, movies, and witness things that will go beyond your imagination? Comic-Con Baltics.
Once again, let's give it up for Ugnias Teatras! Was that not the most unique and amazing dance presentation you've ever seen? Welcome, 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 welcome to the opening ceremonies powered by Samsung of Comic-Con Baltics 2023. I'm Jack. I'm going to be your host for these amazing festivities. Now, we are currently celebrating the 5th installment of Comic-Con Baltics. We told you we were going to be bigger. We told you we were going to be better. Last year, we had 25,000 people walk through those doors. This year, I think we're gonna break 30,000 people. That's you. All of you are part of record-breaking attendance. Now, great things are going to await you during this ceremony, but we're kind of like Marvel. So stick around till the very end because I've got surprises you're going to want to wait for. Now, I told you that we were going to be bigger and better. Part of being bigger is the fact that we have the largest cosplay competition to date here in the Baltics, with the largest prize pool of almost 15,000 euro awaiting for the people who are doing costuming coming across this stage. Oh yeah, it doesn't get bigger than this. In my house though, in my house, the cosplay is the thing. In fact, my daughter's favorite thing is to watch the costuming. Here she is. What is your favorite thing about Comic-Con?
Cosplay!
Also bigger this year. You may have noticed, we told you last year we were going to try to expand. This year we kept our word. This year we want to introduce the Baltic Gaming Expo. We have taken over the entirety of Lit Expo. You walk across the street to Hall 1 there, you will find the Baltic Gaming Expo. You have to check it out. It is the home of the most gaming tournaments ever. Now, how many of you have been to Comic-Con before? Oh, you can make more noise than that. How many of you have been to Comic-Con before? You may have noticed in previous years, our artist alley was incredibly high quality, but wasn't very big. Again, this year, we're making it bigger. Over in the main exhibition, we have an artist alley of 70 artists showing off their creations for you to see, for you to appreciate, and maybe even buy. We are so excited to be doing this. And the thing is, we couldn't have done any of it without you. You, the fans, make us be better. Give yourselves a huge round of applause. And lest we forget, the other side of that is our sponsors. Here is everyone who's helped to make this event the most unique cultural event in the Baltics. Give it up for our sponsors. You're going to be seeing them all throughout the convention. Make sure you stop and check out what they have to offer. Now, 3 weeks ago, we had a special ticket competition to win one of these amazing Secret Lab chairs. Today I can announce the winner. Povilas Rachkauskis, are you here? Povilas! Povilas has won one of these amazing Secret Lab chairs. Do we have it for him? You may need some help getting it home. Tell you what, we're gonna leave it. We're gonna let you guys carry it off for him. Povilas, one more time, thank you so much. Povilas! Now, if you want one of your own Secret Lab chairs, we've got a contest for you too. All you have to do is download the Walk 15 app. If you've already downloaded it, you just need to sign up for the Baltic Comic-Con Challenge. That means every step you take leads you towards victory. The person at the end of the 3 days of Comic-Con with the most steps wins one of these fabulous chairs. Is it gonna be you? Who's it gonna be? Hear it. Finally, a big thanks to Samsung for powering this year's opening ceremony. One of the other things that we've arranged with Samsung, if you go over to Hall 1 where the Baltic Gaming Expo is, you see the Samsung booth. At the Samsung booth, check out everything they have on offer. They've got phones, they've got tablets like this one, they have watches, they have accessories. Everything but the TVs is 50% off. You can buy it now, pick it up tomorrow after the convention, and you're never gonna beat that price. 50% off. I think a big round of applause for Samsung. All right, but like I said, stick around till the end because I got even more stuff to tell you. But I know, you guys are like me. What you're really waiting for is to meet the guests. That's right. So, allow me to introduce the guests of Comic-Con Baltics 23. First up, Elizabeth Pick and Jonathan Cruz, creators of War and Peace. Next up, Sunny Soljic. Jenny Jinya, creator of Loving Reaper. Anna Schaefer. Danny Casal, creator of Cool Man Coffee Dan. Nikola Jorichko. Harry Hambley, creator of Ketnipz. Colbie Minifie. Raymond Cruz. Okay, all right. Last year on this stage, we had Tomska. Those of you who are here, you remember. During the convention, I asked Tomska a question. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they invite me back. That's it. I want to come back and bring my friends.
So we held him to his word. Please welcome to the stage Tomska and Eddie Bowley. We're gonna try it. See, live theater. You never know what's gonna happen. All right, honestly, it is great to see all 12 of you on this stage. Welcome. Can we get a big Con Baltics welcome? As you can see, everybody here is incredibly excited to meet you. And we have some questions. First question, Raymond. When was the first time that you realized that you were famous?
I believe it was right here at Baltic Comic-Con with the welcome that I received from you. Thank you, Lithuania. So happy to be here.
All right. Colbie. What is your favorite Broadway moment?
Oh, well, hi, first of all. Let me get this right. Labas. Yeah! Achu. Yeah! Okay, awesome. So I've done a lot of theater, and I don't know if any of you know, but you may know this, but in the US, the actors are on strike right now. It's gonna be our 100th day of strike. And so we have to be careful about talking about the shows that are on companies that are being struck. So I'll talk a lot about theater, if that's okay with you guys. But my, let's see, a really good moment I had on stage was my vocal cords started bleeding in the middle of a show. And so one line came out like this, and the next line came out like this. I just started talking like this in the middle of the show, and it was really bad. And I had to get steroids in my throat in order to keep my vocal cords from bleeding. Yay! Thanks for having me.
You don't hear responses like that at just any Comic-Con. We save that for the big ones. Wow. Okay, Jenny. Jenny, how did you feel when you saw somebody cosplaying as your character, the Loving Reaper?
Well, it's quite humbling when your cosplayers look better than your art. But they're just really talented people. Great job. It's amazing.
Are you going to stick around for the cosplay here?
I think so, yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Where are my cosplayers at? Make some noise. There we go. Anna. How did you feel your first time on a film set?
Oh my God. Overwhelmed, terrified, scared. But I was also 15, so it kind of just felt like a bit of a dream come true. Almost as terrifying as it feels being on the stage, interviewed by you, Jack.
Excellent, excellent. Do you feel better now? Perfect, perfect. Harry, how does it feel to be in your first con ever? Does it live up to your expectations?
Yes. No, it's absolutely amazing. I'm blown away. I'm walking around. I'm seeing all these characters. There's like a JoJo. There's like 20 JoJos walking around. So it's awesome. But yeah, thank you very much for having me. And yeah, at you.
Woo! Nicola, does acting interrupt your stand-up career, or is it the other way around?
It's other way around. Yeah. Do you have another question for me? Something from mathematics, 9 plus 6?
Sure, what is 9 plus 6? Everybody help him out, what's 9 plus 6? All right, wait.
It's times 6 or plus?
Wait, we're gonna give you a Lithuania question. How about that?
Oh, yes, please.
All right.
Yes, do.
Lithuanians. We're in Lithuania. Tell Nicola, if we're playing basketball in the Olympics, would we rather win silver or bronze?
Yeah, bronze. Yeah, I know.
Why?
Yeah, because you finish with winning.
That's right. We're a winning country here.
Yeah, but we are second. Yeah. Serbia is second in
still
this.
better.
Yeah, but we are the big rivals in basketball, Serbia and Lithuania, and that's how we learn about each other, to love and hate each other.
Are you a basketball fan?
Yes, I am. Yeah. We are very proud of our basketball players, and you should be also proud to your basketball players. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's see. Who's next on the chopping block? All right. Danny. What is the comic or story that you are the most proud of?
Oh, man. I made an animation in 2018 about how much I love soup and how good soup is. Who's a fan of soup in here? Let's get our... Yeah! Let's go. That's how we bring the world together right there. No, I made an animation about soup. I make things about whatever I'm liking in that moment, and in that moment I was loving soup, and I made a big old little, animation about it. So I would say that's the one right there, the soup one. Yeah.
Excellent. Soup is good food.
Soup is good.
Excellent, excellent. Sonny, you knew your turn was coming. Yeah. So, Sonny, how old were you when you started skateboarding, and what motivated you to get into skateboarding in the first place?
I was 4 years old. My grandpa gave me a skateboard, I think for like my 4th or 5th birthday. And then the rest is history. So.
History?
Hey, wait, who skates here? Anyone skates here?
Where are my skaters
Skateboards?
at? You got like 4 people over there.
Okay, cool.
You guys all meet up afterwards and compare notes, right?
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Elizabeth, Jonathan. We know you guys met in film art school. So our question for you is, what kind of a film genre would you like to see War and Peace adapted into? She's the speaker of the group, I know.
But that's easy. Martin Scorsese, definitely. Yeah.
Can we see that? Martin Scorsese making a War and Peace movie?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And should we reach out to Martin for you?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be great.
Jonathan, anything you want to add?
We've emailed him several times, but he's not responding.
Like the creative process, maybe a little bit like a David Lynch movie also.
Ah.
I don't know. Do you know Twin Peaks? No? The Twin Peaks had
There's one Twin Peaks fan in the audience, right?
Not right here.
No. Great, thank you. Thank you. All right. Eddie. What is the most obscure topic you've ever done a deep dive on?
Oh, Jesus. No, not that.
Jesus!
No, not that one. That one's quite well known. Oh, God. I've done videos about spoof movies, about the Ninja Turtles. I've made stuff about how cat dog poops. But I think the weirdest one, where I was making a video about Easter eggs in Disney movies, and I accidentally solved a mystery that's been unsolved for 50 years.
Whoa, dude, what's the video called? We'll get everybody to watch it. What's that one called?
I can't remember the title of the video, but it's about the
Look it up.
It's about the rescuers, the woman in the window.
Ah, okay. The Rescuers, Woman in the Window, Headache, YouTube.
Yes.
Great. Tomska? Why do you love Lithuania so much?
You're just so nerve-wracking being on the stage, having no idea what kind of question you're going to ask everyone. They're also left. Why do I love Lithuania so? I mean, like, this is the only con. They're not all like this. This is your first con. This is very strange. This is a very epic stage. Too epic to have a guy who makes videos on the internet on, to be honest. But you guys just kind of know how to fucking party. That was it.
We know how to freaking party, do we not? This is what Lithuania is known for. We know how to party.
Yeah, that was bad. Last year was not. Last year was a problem.
This is the Tomska Redemption Tour.
Yeah, maybe I can do a panel where I'm not incredibly hungover. That would be awesome, dude.
All right, so you're going to have to check out Tomska's panels to see how he's feeling. Great, thank you. So, these are your Comic-Con Baltics 2023 guests. Give it up! All right. I have one last question for all of you at the same time, because I want your honest opinions here. So you need to answer at the same time. You ready? What is, you guys can help us out here, what is the best popular culture event in the Baltics? Comic-Con! All right, one more time. We're going to thank you all. Now, they have panels to get ready for. They've got signings to warm up their hands for. They've got photo shoots where they can meet you. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say thank you once again to these 12 guests. and invite them to get out with their day so they can prepare to meet you. You, however, don't go anywhere. Thank you guys very much. One more time, give it up! Wait, group photo. We're gonna do a group photo. It's the only time we get you all together. Come on in. Oh, there, you guys get to be in this one too. Everybody, you guys are actors. Find your light. I'm telling you, live theater. Let's see your hands. Woo, thank you. Hi. Can we bring the lights down a little bit? Let's bring the lights down a little bit. We're going to get a little bit intimate here because I've got some things I need to share with you. Some of you may have noticed already that we know the dates of Comic-Con Baltics 2024. Did you guys know that? A couple of people did. Those of you who didn't know, I can tell you that a mere 7 months away, May 24th through 26th, right here at Lit Expo is going to be the 6th installment, Comic-Con Baltics 24. Are you excited? I'm telling you, I'm excited. Everybody on the team is getting ready. Now, we've worked out a deal with Samsung. If you buy your ticket for Comic-Con Baltics 24 before 12 p.m. today, you are entered to win a Samsung Galaxy Fold 5. More than that, I will be announcing the winner right here on this stage right before Raymond Cruz's panel. So you don't have a lot of time. But if you're still on the fence, I know some of the guests who are coming. Now, I'm not supposed to say anything, but I can trust you guys, right? Can I trust you? All right. We're talking to a lot of people, but we do have some confirmations. First person that we know is coming, confirmed, natural habitat. Nathan Pyle of Strange Planet is confirmed to be here. And then, hey, guys, did the video come in? Okay, the video is here. Listen, I said we're talking to a lot of people, but we did just get confirmation from a major star. Ladies and gentlemen, confirmed for Comic-Con Baltics 2024, Mr. Sean Gunn.
Hey everybody, it's me, Sean Gunn. I'm really excited about this one. Comic-Con Baltics in Vilnius in Lithuania. I've never been there, never been to any of the Baltic states, and I honestly can't wait to go. It is May 24th to 26th of 2024. And my wife is going to attend with me. We don't get to do many cons together, and it's going to be great. So come meet me, meet Natasha Halevi, who's a great filmmaker, my wife, and we're going to have a great time. Thanks, everybody.
So just to remind you, we've got Natural Habitat, we've got Nathan Pyle of Strange Planet, and we've got Sean Gunn all coming to this stage in 7 months' time. Comic-Con Baltics 2024. So, just to remind you, if you scan the QR code that's going to show up behind me, you buy your tickets before 12 p.m. today, it's in 24 minutes, you have the opportunity to win a Samsung Galaxy Fold 5. So, buy your tickets now. Enjoy the whole event. I'll see you back on this stage when that timer ends, and I'll let you know if you're the winner. So welcome home, superheroes. We've missed you. Welcome home.
Maybe I'll rely on the way you talk. The words drip from your mouth and into my heart. Unable to know my own existence, and utter lack of resistance. Please take me down. I can't stand on my own anymore. To leave the sound. We can't live our own anymore. Think tank, tank, boom, think tank. Think tank, tank, boom, think tank, tank. Think tank, tank, boom, think tank. Think tank, tank, boom, think tank, tank.
I told you I'd be back. All right, how many of you bought your tickets for next year's Comic-Con? Excellent. All right, I have in my hands a Samsung Galaxy Fold 5. I'm just waiting for the text message to tell me the number. And there it is. Take a look at your tickets. I'm going to read the number. If that number matches the one on your ticket, you come on up and get your prize. Are you ready? Are you ready? 2, 5, 3, 3. I've lost it here. Wait. There it is. 2, 5, 3, 3, 3, 4, 8, 9, 9. Is that number on your ticket? 2, 5, 3, 3, 3, 4, 8, 9, 9. Are you here? All right, I'm going to take that as a no. All right, it's okay. That's all right. We will find you. We will contact you, and we will make sure that you get your phone. And for the rest of you, please enjoy Raymond Cruz.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How are you doing today? So, ladies and gentlemen, our first panel. Let me introduce you. It is my great honor to introduce you to an actor that has been in numerous roles. Among these in the series The Closer, Major Crimes, and the two small series Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Raymond Cruz. Sir, please have a seat. Welcome to Lithuania, sir.
Hello, Lithuania. And hello to you.
Hello, sir. So, let's start off at the beginning. How did you get into movies and series, and how did you decide to become an actor?
Well, I got involved with theater at a very young age. I did a lot of theater. I went to college. I started studying acting. Then I started studying professionally for about 10 years. And the whole time I was doing lots and lots of theater because I was really fascinated by the mechanics behind acting, how it actually worked. Because I knew there was a craft behind it. Because as a child, I read a lot of American literature. And I would watch the movies that were based on the books that I read, like Grapes of Wrath, To Kill a Mockingbird.
To Kill a Mockingbird.
And I would watch how they adapted it to a film. And, as a young kid, I was so impressed by it, and then I wanted to understand that there was someone behind the words, and then how do you do that? How do you figure out that you can translate this material that you've read, that you have your own impressions of, and make it walk and talk and breathe and have people be affected by it?
Who are your greatest influences growing up?
Well, and I watched a lot of movies growing up. I was watching The Godfather at a really young age. So I loved all like Al Pacino, De Niro. I loved Anthony Quinn. I love Ricardo Montalban. I loved all these Latin actors. Edward James Olmos, who's an amazing actor, who was a great influence to me because I loved watching his work.
Do you remember your first audition?
No.
You probably had so many.
I honestly I don't. I've been acting for over 39 years, and I'm one of those people where if I do something, I'll know every detail about it in a script, in a scene. I'll know my lines. I'll know your lines, your lines, your lines. The minute I'm done, gone. It's gone. I think I have to make room for something new.
Was it usual for you to go to auditions? Because back in the day, a working actor used to do, well, several auditions a day, right?
Yeah, sometimes you would have 2 or 3 auditions in the same day. You know, you were always running around and trying to get a job to get to the next level, try to get a few lines here or there in movies. But what really benefited me as an actor was that I did a lot of theater, and casting directors would go and see theater. They would go like scout for actors, and they would try to find, you know, unknown talent, people that you hadn't heard of. And I had a really great casting director named Rick Pagano. He cast Blood In, Blood Out, the film. Is Lithuania familiar with Blood In, Blood Out?
Apparently not.
Apparently not, but it's a great film directed by Taylor Hackford, who directed Ray. He directed Against All Odds, and he cast me in that film. And he's also the man that's responsible for me doing Breaking Bad. So,
right. Well, but before we get to Breaking Bad, I'd like to talk about one of the wonderful films that you did. The story behind the film is since we're in Lithuania, we're not very much familiar with the story. What could you tell us about the Cleveland abduction and Mr. Ariel Castro, wonderful fellow?
Oh wow, that's an intense film. The Cleveland abduction is the story of 3 women who were abducted and held hostage for over 11 years. By a man who was not right. He was a little crazy. So he kidnapped these women at different times, held them hostage, and actually fathered a child with one of the women. And then they ended up escaping and, you know, and being able to capture a part of their lives. But they were all very young. He thought they were like 12 and 13 years old. Michelle Knight was actually in her 20s, but she was developmentally disabled. And so he abused her, and he was very abusive towards these women, and you know, and they escaped. So you know, the film ended up being a story about hope and the belief in a higher power that you can endure, you know, this tragedy and then come out on the other end, and you know, and save yourself basically. But the guy was a complete monster, and I played him in the film. I played Ariel Castro. I had to gain 40 pounds in 2 weeks.
How do you do that?
You know, you eat and you don't stop. And he lived off of a diet of junk food, so that's what I did. I gained 40 pounds of fat in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks.
Well, how much, what would your daily ration look like?
I just would wake up and I would start eating junk food until I went to sleep. Like I wouldn't stop. So you get really sick of eating, and you don't want to go near food, you know, after a while. But I was doing it for the part, and then it took me about a month to lose the weight.
Wow, what a transformation!
Yeah.
So can you still eat junk food?
Yeah.
Because like you know,
I can, you know, but you know, it's weird if I do, it reminds me of that time.
Yeah, because I have friends that still can't drink certain types of alcohol because it
makes them sick.
It had too much at one point, so
right. It's kind of the same thing.
You kind of get the flashbacks of you trying to get weight.
Yeah, and also during the process of filming, I would constantly eat while we were filming. You know, in between breaks and stuff, I had to maintain my weight.
Well, the transformation was not only a physical one, because you had to become, well, this is like the most interesting part of being an actor. You have to transform your mind as well. What was your
thought process?
The preparation for embodiment of the monster?
Yeah, that's. I mean, this is where acting becomes really complicated because you need to alter the way that you think. You need to change your perception. You need to do your research, and I had to figure out the truth about Ariel Castro, which was difficult because the man constantly lies about everything. So any information I could find out about him from him was a lie. So I met a woman who worked at a bus company. She was his boss. And she gave me great insight into him.
She worked on set, right?
Yeah, she was a driver.
Right.
So she drove us to work, and she was actually his boss he worked at a bus company that for children. This insane man worked at a bus company that drove children to school. So she was his boss, and she gave me great insight to him. So that helped a lot.
So you had to listen to his testimonies to investigators as well, right? Because there were hours and hours of his testimony.
Before you ever do a job, you'll do hundreds of hours of work. By the time you show up to shoot, that's the end. That's the end of your journey. That's the last part. And at that point, like I can't wait to shoot because you have all this information in your head. You've done this physical transformation. Emotionally, you figured out where the character lives at. And now, you want to do the scenes, shoot the scenes, and get it down on film because you're ready to go by that point.
And you kind of have to understand his truth.
Right, the way that he thinks, and trying to figure out why he did it.
Like the logical thought process of how he made it logical for himself.
Well, it sounds really sick, but to me, it was a love story. And a lot of people can't grasp that, but that when you come around to it, it was a really dark and twisted love story.
Were you on set when the director said it's a wrap?
Yes.
And how did it feel like? Because at that point, it's a wrap means that you can let go of the monster.
Yeah, you can let go. It's just hard to let go. It takes a while.
It takes a while?
It takes a while.
Because sometimes, you have actors, I know from Lithuanian actors, some of them say, it's snap and it's gone. Mm-hmm. And then for some of them, it's really hard, since they invested so much time, they invested so much effort into the process of becoming the other person. Right. It's kind of hard to let it go. What was the letting go of the monster? How did it look like?
It took a while because you're constantly trying to find his thought process and live there. So you're constantly thinking as the character, as this man. So it takes a while to let all of that go. And the one thing was I shaved my head, I shaved my beard off. You stopped eating junk food, and you just try to come back to the world. But acting, I tell a lot of people, acting is one of the most difficult jobs there is. And I'm talking about people that transform themselves because you all think a certain way. You have a certain education, you have a certain religious background, you have certain values. So as an actor, that's great, but when you approach a character, you have to let all that go and become a blank slate and allow the character to dictate how you live, how you think, how you feel, how you see things without your personal biases interfering. And it sounds very logical and simple, very difficult to do.
You got to work with Pam Grier, though.
With who?
With Pam Grier.
Oh, yeah, Pam Grier, childhood idol of mine. Yeah, she's a wonderful woman. I loved all her movies from the 70s. And she was a really sweet lady.
And, it's the career that you have is just an amazing success story. You've been in over around 100 different movies and series, and
I've done pretty much every genre: comedy, drama, action. Done a lot of action films, a lot of intense dramas, a lot of great series where I got to play some really good characters. And I feel very fortunate because some writer wrote this piece and they're trusting you as an actor with the responsibility of making it live. So that's a huge responsibility. You can succeed or you can fail. You got to work really hard because you get only one shot that day when they say action to cut. You only get that moment to make that scene work.
Yeah, and you have to make it work. And how often do you have how do you deal with when you have a different opinion of how you see the scene and how the director sees the scene, and your opinions differ, and you know that yours is better? How do you deal with that?
You hope that yours is better. You have to be open-minded and listen to what the director is saying.
Yeah.
But there'll be occasions where you realize he doesn't know what he's talking about. So you have to have like a conversation to really try to make it work. I'll give you a quick example. I went in for an audition for Blood In, Blood Out. And the casting director was Rick Pagano, and they had already cast the 3 leads in the film, and he said, come in, please, audition. I want Taylor Hackford to see you. So I go in, I read the scene, and Taylor says, read it again. I read the scene again, and he looks at me, and he says, do it one more time. I do it again, and he's just staring at me, and I said, what's the problem? He said, I would hire you right now, but you don't sound like the other guys. And I looked at him and I said, that's because I'm doing it right. And he said, where are you from? And I said, I'm from East LA. And I said, you're going to tell me what they sound like? And the film is about characters who live and inhabit this neighborhood in East Los Angeles, which I grew up in. So he said, part's yours. It's a good story, huh?
That is a good story.
Yeah.
How does it feel like when you...
Thank you.
Do you ever have the moment where you walk into an audition room and you see like 10 guys that look, well, kind of exactly like you?
Right.
So these things do happen, right? Because they search a certain type of person, a certain type of visuals for the part, and then you walk in, and it's like a family reunion of all your cousins.
Oh, no, you see, when you're coming up in Hollywood, you usually see the same actors auditioning for the same part. There's usually like a handful of us that will come in. Any casting director will get like 1,000 submissions from their agents. Here, see my actor. But maybe they'll bring in 10 to 20 actors to audition for the director and the producers. So, you know, it doesn't matter. If there's any actors out there, it doesn't matter who's there. You know, you can't worry about getting the job. What you have to worry about is doing the best work possible. You have to look at the scene, figure it out, and you go in with your interpretation and you do the best work possible. I had an acting teacher who told me, and this was me starting out as a young actor, he said, you will never work. He said, no one will hire you. He goes, you have no connections. He goes, you don't know anyone in the business. He said, the only way that you have a chance is if you are better than everyone else. Not as good, not good, better than everyone else. And I said, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be better than everyone else. So I don't care who's there. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just there to do the work to the best of my ability. And if you hire me, great. You don't, you made a mistake.
You've got some...
I got balls.
Some nice Colbie mentality going on.
Yeah.
So, and let's talk about... and by the way, if you want to jump in with your question, we have a microphone right there. Please just stand in line. If you want to ask it in Lithuanian, I'll be more than glad to translate it. Let's jump into your major parts, and let's talk about Tuco. This, I've heard it over and over again, but let's just hear the story to all of them, all of the people in the audience that don't know the story. You refused to do Breaking Bad.
Three times.
3 times.
Yeah, I turned it down 3 times.
You turned it down 3 times. Yeah. Breaking Bad.
Yes.
What were you thinking, man?
Well, you got to remember, Breaking Bad hadn't even aired yet, and they were doing a big search for this character. And the casting director, Rick Pagano, who cast me in Blood In, Blood Out, and we did a lot of theater together, his partner was casting the show. And they said, you know, we can't find anyone who can do this part. And Rick said, oh, I know who can do it. Rick sends me the script. He goes, will you read this script? I read it, and I said, wow, the writing's good. The writing's, you know, it's interesting. He said, can you do it? And I said, yes. He said, will you do it? I said, no. I said, I can't do it. Because I was working every day on the television show, The Closer.
You were on The Closer, right?
Yeah, so I'm working 5 days a week, like 12 to 14 hours a day. So it's impossible to go work somewhere else. And Rick said, let me talk to Vince. Vince Gilligan, the producer and writer of and creator of Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
So then Vince called me and said, would you be willing to shoot it on the weekend? Now, that's crazy because now you'd be working 7 days a week, 2 different characters, 2 different locations, and you know it's kind of an insane thing to even think. So I said I can't do it because I knew what I wanted to do with it, and I was thinking there's no way Vince would let me do what I want to do with this character. And it'd be impossible to work, 7 days a week.
And those are 2 absolutely opposite characters. One is a major Sanchez.
Sanchez on the closer.
On the closer, he's a police officer.
Yes.
And
a major crimes detective. Who
right.
investigates like the biggest crimes in Los Angeles. Very, very good character, like sweet guy, very intense. Very quiet, and he's always like thinking about how to solve the crime. And then the other one is this, this character. I had a good idea where I wanted to go with it. So I said, it would just be too much. So then, like a couple of days go by, he calls me back again. He said, "Did you think about it? Will you do it?" And I was like, "Wow." I was like, I can't. And then he said, "Think about it." And I said, "Okay, you know what? You got to pay me double what you offered. You can't change anything I do, and we have to shoot it on the weekend." Thinking Vince is going to say, "No, who's this guy?
Who do you think you are?
Who do you think you are?" And then there was a pause, and he said, "Okay." And then I went, "Oh man,
I'm in trouble."
Oh man, no, now I got to do it, right? So
and you being so thorough with your work. That just meant sleepless nights and stress. And
it was hard. I would be shooting the television show, and then I'd be walking around with the script for Breaking Bad. I never had a free moment. I mean, for 14, 18 hours a day, I would walk around. I had this script. I'm working on one show, shooting scenes, going in there, studying for the next episode, and then thinking about what I'm going to do for Breaking Bad.
And at the same time, you can't let the quality of your current job...
No. You got to do your work.
You got to do your work. And, how do you feel? Like, it had to be morally exhausting.
It was exhausting. That's why I'm only in 4 hours of Breaking Bad.
And it wasn't supposed to be that. It was... Is it true that it was initially planned to be just 2 episodes, and then they saw what you did with the character, and they were like, "Yeah, we're keeping this guy"?
Yeah, they wanted me to do the whole second season, but honestly, I was so exhausted.
Would you go insane if you do it?
I really don't think that I could have done it. I think it was just too exhausting. You saw the work on the show, and again, we're shooting in Albuquerque, New Mexico in the summertime. 105 degrees, 110 degrees outside, and a lot of the scenes took place outside.
Yeah, where were the locations of the
Breaking
closer?
Bad was shot in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and the closer was shot in Los Angeles, California.
So, what was the flight?
It's about an hour and a half flight from LAX.
But
I would fly into New Mexico. I'd go on. I was lucky because the producers of the closer were able to work it out that I could get out like on time to catch the last flight out. I would get to New Mexico. Then on Saturday and Sunday, I would shoot all my scenes all day long, Saturday and Sunday, for Tuco.
It's a blessing and a curse to have that much work, because it's a blessing because you're working, and it's
well, it's a blessing in the quality of the work that they're trusting you with. Yes, it was just incredibly difficult, and you got to understand, Tuco is probably the hardest thing I've ever done. It lives at such a high energy level. I mean, and it's immediate. Even when I'm not saying anything, I'm up here, and I found the character because. When I was 12, I've never had a drink in my life. So I don't know what it's like to be drunk or or high. I don't do drugs. So I had to figure this out. I I did my research. I read about firsthand accounts from meth addicts, how it made them feel physically, emotionally, mentally, and how it affected their thought process. And then, this is a strain of meth that doesn't exist. This is a super meth. So then that has to be exaggerated. And so now you
Turn the volume up.
Right, you got to turn up the volume. But when I was 12 years old, I saw a man who was high on PCP. He was naked on top of a police car, and he kicked in the windshield, and they were trying to get him off the car. They were throwing batons at him. They were trying to fight him, and he was like an insane superhero. So that was what I used for the seed of Tuco, was that image, was that moment that I witnessed when I was a kid.
Oh, I've seen the YouTube videos of the PCP enthusiasts. They are quite jolly fellows.
Oh, it's crazy.
They taste them and they don't
feel it.
They don't feel it.
So this is what I use for Tuco.
So, wow. How did it come by for you to see that kind of thing?
I grew up in East Los Angeles, and around like East and Southeast Los Angeles.
Rough neighborhood?
So, yeah, we grew up in rough neighborhoods. It's no secret, a lot of my family, all my cousins are gang members, like hardcore gang members. And this is just where we happen to grow up. And the thing is, people always think that when you're saturated with this in your environment, you have to, become part of it. But it's not true. What it is you're very protected because you know everybody. So, you can choose to get involved in that if you want, or, you choose not to. But like one of my brother-in-law was one of the leaders of a big street gang. He was married to my sister. All of my cousins were all gangbangers. So really, you grow up in a rough environment, but everybody knows you. Nobody really messes with you.
So you were saved by the books, the literature.
Right. We grew up where we grew up. I was always fascinated by reading as a young child. Like I was reading Moby Dick at 10 years old, and I read it twice. And I made a list of all this great American literature, and I just kept reading books. But I told you, like, when I saw a movie based on the book, I was so fascinated by it. Like I read the book, and I had to see the movie. And then I was just like, wow, it's magic. It's magic. It was literal magic to me. We live in East LA in this house. We got this old like black and white television. They would play movies on the weekends, and you would see these classic films. I would always catch the movies, and it was like where I lived in my head. And then you would go out, like I played gang members like in Blood In, Blood Out, Training Day. Did anyone see Training Day?
Training Day, of course.
Right. So
Denzel got an Oscar for that, right?
Right. So I'm only in one scene in Training Day, but it's the best scene in the movie.
Yeah.
It's a 12-page scene, and it's very intense. But those characters that I've played in these movies, I'm paying homage to the people that I knew growing up. So, and the biggest compliment you can get, if I'm playing a gang member, if a gang member comes up to me and says, "I thought you were a gang member." If I'm playing a detective, if a police officer comes up to me and says, "I love you on the show, you're so good, you're so right on," or if a soldier comes up to me, like when I started in Clear and Present Danger, and they say, "That was like spot on." So again, with Clear and Present Danger, I used a novel written by Tom Clancy to build the character.
That is amazing. Do you ever have meth addicts come up to you and go like, "That was good"?
Yes. I have. They're like, "Dude, well, you were on meth." They're like, "You were on meth." Like, you did what were you snorting? What were you snorting on the show? It was vitamin B. They would crush it up, and I would snort it, and it kind of burns after a while.
But you were loaded with vitamin B.
Yeah, it was vitamin B.
Have you seen one of my favorite recent YouTube videos is it's called Tuco uses the Infinity Stones in the most efficient way.
I'm probably the most famous character in the MCU, and I'm not in the MCU. But I whooped Thanos' ass in that clip.
If you haven't seen the clip, It is someone. I don't know who made it, but it is.
Oh wow! Well, I knew.
Excellent.
I'm trying to remember. You just go on YouTube and look up Tuco versus Thanos, and you will see. There's also one of me battling Spider-Man and me with Gordon Ramsay in a cooking show. That one's pretty funny.
It's just amazing what kind of this character that you created. It had so much influence on the public. It just sent shockwaves through. Do you have people come up to you on the street going like tight?
Yes, all the time. But I also have people come up to me like from other pieces that I've done, and they throw lines at me. The thing is, like when Breaking Bad first came out, it wasn't successful. They got maybe 1 million viewers, and like The Closer, we were getting like 12 million viewers every week. So when the first 2 seasons that it came out, people hardly watched it. It wasn't until the 3rd season when everyone started binge watching it, when you could stream it, then it became like a huge success.
But like The Closer, it was more of a local American show. Like it was for America. Breaking Bad just broke out globally.
Globally, yes.
And this is well, anywhere you go, you're pretty much
right.
You're Tuco.
Yes. Amongst, I've had people recognize me as Ariel Castro. I've had people recognize me as Chavez from Clear and Present Danger.
You did so
Detective
much.
Sanchez from from the show from The Closer and from Major Crimes, and from also, like I said, Blood In, Blood Out. People always run up to me and they start throwing up gang signs that we use in the film. It's a V and an L, and it's for Vatos Locos. And I was just in Spain and Italy and visiting American servicemen, and they would all come up and they would just want to talk about Blood In, Blood Out.
Is it true that your Tuco's character was so good that it kind of sometimes made Mr. Aaron Paul, uncomfortable around you?
This was this was what difficult about doing the part. I didn't rehearse. So typically when you would shoot something, you would come in, you would block, which means you set marks for the camera where you're going to stand, and then you would like do a rehearsal so they can have an idea, the camera, the whole crew, of what you're possibly going to do and how to cover it. But I told the crew, I said, listen, I'm not going to rehearse, and I'm only going to do 1 or 2 takes. And I want everybody to be on point, camera, sound, so there aren't any mistakes, so that when we go in and shoot, that they can catch it. And you see, you're shocked. The crew looked at me like I was crazy. They were like, who is this guy? And then when we did the first scene, we just went in, I shot it, the whole crew broke out in applause, and they were like, that was insane.
So you basically surprised everyone with your character?
Oh, even Vince Gilligan had no idea what I was doing, what I was going to do.
They were expecting it to be Tuco just to be a gangster?
I don't know what they were expecting, because, everybody has the script, you read it, and then you get an idea, but until you see it. And when I first got to Albuquerque, I saw Vince in the office, and he said, do you know what you're going to do? And I said, no. And he said, yeah, all right. And then when I got on set, this is another interesting thing about that part. I never said one word out loud until I shot.
So it was...
I did all my work. It was all in my head. I figured out what I was going to do. I showed up. I stood in front of the camera. They said action, and I became Tuco, like that.
Wow.
Without rehearsing, without ever saying one word out loud.
You just had him in your head, and you just let out the...
And Aaron and Brian were shaking. And
what was the first scene?
Oh, Vince walks up. Vince goes, oh my God, it's amazing. He says, Aaron, Brian, he goes, you guys are doing great. You guys look so scared. And they go, no, we are. They go, no, we are. Like I would walk up to Aaron, and he would start trembling. Oh, thank you. I did the scene like in my drug lair where I put out a lit cigarette on my tongue. That's not in the script. I did another scene with Aaron in the junkyard. He was smoking a cigarette, and I went up, I took it, a lit cigarette, and I ate it in front of him. And then I just looked at him, and he started like, what the hell? But they didn't show that. I did another one where I took a cigarette, I put it in my nose, I sucked it in, I blew the smoke out my mouth in Aaron's face. I'm about this far away, and I look at him, and I just looked at him and I said, what? And they didn't use it. I wish they would have used it.
Hold on. So they don't. You never met those people.
No.
You never talked to them as yourself, as Raymond.
No.
And you just show up.
I never went to a read-through. Usually they have a read-through a week before of the episode that you're going to shoot, where all the actors get together with the writer, the producer. They read through the script, if they want to make changes. But I was busy filming the closer.
It's like you pranked them.
I what?
It's like you pranked them.
Right.
You just showed up,
like
a crazy person.
Yeah, pretty much.
And they didn't know what's coming.
No, you just had to go with it.
So in your head, did you ever think well, maybe it's just a little too much? Because
no, I thought I could take it further.
You just cranked the Tuco's charisma to 12.
It's like if you're sitting in a car and you stomp on the accelerator as hard as you can. That's where Tuco starts at.
You thought you could get it a little further?
Well, that was why I told him I can't rehearse, because I'll be exhausted. I won't be able to do the takes, because you can't do a bunch of takes at that energy level. You'll just kill yourself.
Yeah, and that is I guess what talent is, because you seem just so comfortably inhabiting Tuco's world. It's like
Well, the other thing was when they would turn around. A turnaround is when the camera is on you, but we'll turn around and now we're shooting your reactions to what I'm doing.
We call this aštunke in Lithuanian.
Aštunke. So I told them, I thought I would always tell them, shoot me first so I could do it. And then when we would turn around, I would do the exact same thing I did when the camera was not on me. And Vince came up to me, he said, because he saw how hard it was, he said, you don't have to do that. And I said, no, I do, because their reaction needs to match what I'm doing. So I would give them exactly the same thing. And by the end of the day, everything hurt. Like your brain hurts, your body hurts, you can't talk. I was just exhausted.
Do you, because there are also probably two types of actors. The ones that stay in character through whole time on set, and the ones that take a rest.
No, I would stay in character.
You would stay in character. You would be.
I mean, I would be calm, but I would always be living right there.
You would have the Tuco's eyes and mindset, and you would be.
You got to remember, I only had 2 days to shoot everything, so you're just shooting scene after scene after scene for 2 days. You go to sleep, that's your escape, because you have to rest to re-energize.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was an impossible task.
How probable is it that the cast, the actors around you, actually thought they hired a crazy person?
Oh, they did. Everybody would just step back. They were like, "What the hell are we doing?" It was. I mean, I'm very nice to people. I'd say, "Hello, nice to meet you." Then, bam,
You're a very, very nice person.
Oh, yeah.
It is amazing how the transformation of you, seeing you here, and you're such a lovely person, and then the monster that you can become. It is.
Well, I've always looked. I had a really great teacher, and the best thing that he taught me was that acting is the manipulation of energy. Mental, physical, and emotional. So if you can learn to be able to manipulate that energy in your mind, in your body, and in your emotions, you can do anything. So it's a long road to get there, but that's what it is. It's all the manipulation of energy.
Did you were you happy to hear that they extended your character? Better
Call Saul?
Yeah, because it was supposed to be just two episodes, and then they extended it to four, and then.
Then I asked them to kill me.
You asked them to kill you?
Yeah, Vince wanted me to do the second season, and I couldn't do it. So I said, Vince, you need to kill me. And he said, he goes, I've never heard of an actor that wanted to die.
You hired a hit on yourself.
Yes, and I said, if you don't kill me, I won't come back. And he said, okay, we're going to kill you. And that's when we did the really great episode, Grilled. And I have a really great stuntman. His name is Jose Vasquez. And when we did all the physical stuff on the show, we wanted the violence to match the energy of Tuco. So I grew up boxing. Jose was a fighter. So we wanted the violence to have that kind of deathly energy. So we did all the fight scenes. Like, we made it real. I said I don't want it to look like a stunt fight. I wanted it to look like how you would really fight someone. So like even when in Grilled, when I throw Aaron out the door, he lands, and Vince said, "What do you want to do?" I said, "He stands up." I'm holding an M16 the whole time. I'm chasing him down. I grab him. I point it at Walter White to like keep him off. I punch the kid, and then I said, "I'm gonna pick you up. I'm gonna throw you over my shoulder, and I'm gonna jump into that wall." And they said, "What?" I said, "I'm gonna pick you up. I'm gonna throw you over my shoulder. I'm gonna run, and I'm gonna jump into that wall." And they couldn't believe it.
Let's just remember that at that time they were not absolutely sure that you're not crazy. Crazy.
But we did, and it looks great. I mean, it looks insane.
That's
because he hits the wall and he slides down, and then I turn and I point the gun at Walter White. So I mean that whole thing, it was, and then when
that is dedication.
Yeah.
That is dedication to your craft, because it does look very, very real. Were you banged up a bit?
I got banged up when I get kicked. I get shot. I get kicked a few times. I land. I have to fall about 6 feet into a hole. Anytime you do stunts, you're gonna get hurt. And I tell this to actors all the time: if you're not willing to get hurt, don't do the stunt, because you're gonna get hurt. And you're gonna do it. You're not gonna do it once. You're gonna do it like 3, 4, 5 times, and there's a chance that you could get injured. So if you're not willing to take that chance, and you can't, you got to be really careful. So yeah, you always get injured doing stunts.
And what about Better Call Saul? They brought you back for the prequel kind of the Breaking Bad
it takes
spin-off.
place 6 years before Breaking Bad.
Yes, sir. So they called you and they're like, "We want you back." What was their offer initially? Did they want you for the whole thing?
No, Vince called me and Peter Gould, the two producers, and they asked me to come meet them at their office. And they were pitching me the idea of bringing, first introducing Tuco to the world on Better Call Saul, and in this really clever way with his grandmother. So, I thought it was great, but, I really didn't want to go back and recreate the character. So, I mean, they were selling it to me. So, but I liked the story with the grandmother. And the twins in the desert. Did you see that episode?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And it was funny because the two twins who were playing the skaters, they were so excited to get their legs broken by me. They were so excited. They go, "We can't wait to do this. We're gonna get our ass kicked by Tuco." We were shooting it out in the desert. It was 105 degrees, and we were there all day. It was hard. That was rough. And me and Bob Odenkirk and the guys and Cesar Garcia, who plays, we have that moment where he's trying to talk for me like we did in Breaking Bad. So that was a great, thing to relive. And I love doing the scenes with Cesar.
We have some time for a few questions from the audience, if you will. And just a quick question: Did all of your family members loved your Paco character?
They all love Paco from My Name is Earl. Is that what you're talking about?
No. The Tuco. I'm sorry.
Tuco character. Yeah. people were so stunned by what it was. I mean, and the biggest compliment that I got from an audience were people that were saying that I'm in my house, I'm so far removed from this reality. I'm watching you on a television set, and I'm scared. They go, I could feel you. So that was the biggest compliment, because that's the thing. I was trying to make it visceral so that the audience had the same feeling that Aaron and that Jesse and Walter White were experiencing in that moment. To create that, to generate that from, you're in your homes, in your living room, you're probably just watching on TV, and you're like, oh my God, what is happening? So that was great.
Yes, sir. Well, all of your work is just amazing. We are so honored to have you here, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise, because today we were talking to Raymond Cruz. All right, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for our future panels, and see you later.
Whoa. Hello, hello, hello. I'm not a gamer myself. This chair is a little bit weird for me, but looks so comfy. Good for our back and necks, right? Yeah. So, hello, everybody. My name is Goda Ribita Alexa. I'm a science journalist, and actually, these kinds of panels are pretty new for me. This is my first Comic-Con, but I'll try to do my best. I have a ton of questions ready, and I'd like to introduce actually, probably my favorite panelist because I'm a really big fan of you guys. So first of all, give a huge round of applause to Elizabeth Pich and Jonathan Kunz, aka War and Peace. And Harry Hambley, aka Ketnipz. As I know, usually the audience gets to ask their questions at the end of the panel. There's a microphone over there, if you can see it, but let's make it a little bit more dynamic and let's just ask a question if you have one. We will be talking about style, actually, about comic strip style with these amazing panelists. So just go by the microphone anytime. Ask your questions, or else I have a ton of questions ready, but maybe you also want to participate in the conversation. So first of all, do you guys follow each other? Of course. Yes, you do. Can you say something nice about each other's work? Let's start with a positive note.
Hello?
Oh, it's working. We've been following Ketnipz like for a very long time, I think. I don't even know. When did you set up your account? No, it's not on. Take this.
Now? Oh,
Yeah.
there we go. So I set up Ketnipz in 2017, and then it took a while to get going, but yeah, so I think I've probably been following you guys since at least like 2019 or something. You guys are like the OG comic dudes, and I'm like, woof, it's sick being on the same stage, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Thank you so much for that. But
Oh, no.
we are so honored to be like in the next booth next to each other. It's amazing to meet you, and you're so nice.
We're stealing notes on how to present and stuff. This is our first ever Comic-Con, so we're just working it out, and yeah. No, it's sick. You guys have dialed it in. Yeah.
We'll be stealing a lot from you too.
Okay.
So.
Yes. See, it's always better to start with a positive note, the conversation. And I felt a little bit separated from you guys. It was weird to
You
to
can
sit
come
for me.
over here if you
Yeah.
want.
So I'm just coming closer. But now I feel like a teacher. So please explain me the gravitational waves or something like this. So let's go back to you. Since this panel is about style, about your personal style, what was your first comic about, and did it actually go online? Maybe, Jonathan, maybe you'd like to start?
The first comic that we made, I don't know.
Did it go online?
That went online. I think it was with like a little ghost, I think. Do you remember that
I think
one?
it was a potato. It wasn't a ghost.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. It looked like a potato, but it was actually a ghost.
It was a potato, and around the corner there was a potato masher. Like that thing with like this that you use to mash potatoes, and it was lurking around the corner, waiting for its chance to mash the potato. So.
I don't even remember that one.
Yeah,
it's like 12 or 13 years
Yeah,
ago,
so
it's been a while.
It's been a while.
So your comic strips would have a PhD by now, if they would go to university in 12 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for a PhD.
Yeah, my first comic was, it was the Bean character, I don't know. And it was the Bean in bed, and an arm comes out from underneath the bed. It's like a creepy devil arm, and just taps Bean on the foot, and then Bean shrinks back into the bed. It was very stupid, but it got the ball rolling.
No,
so,
it's
yeah.
nice. It's nice.
Yeah.
So your first comic with the main characters already, that's crazy. How did that happen?
Yeah, I know. It was pretty lucky. So we didn't. So the comics is when people think of comics, they think of 4 panels or the Garfield style. When we first started, it was just very stupid 2 lines, like Bean saying something like weird, like, you know, like, I like spaghetti, and then like Bean would look like spaghetti. It's like very, very, you know, low level, low IQ, like, but it was, you know, that's sort of how we did it. And then it took a while to actually do our first like comic, and even then it was like no writing. So yeah, but it, you know, it's fun.
We loved it from the very beginning, and I think it's so wholesome and amazing. So
thank you, man.
Great.
Yeah, I remember when this mental health beanie started appearing on my feed.
Yeah.
It was so cute. What do you think, Harry? What was like the key aspects? What were the key aspects? Why this beanie resonated with so many people? Because, you know, I never met you in my life, and you have millions of followers around the world that you've never met, but still people somehow they connected with the beanie. It's like, no.
Yeah, I think it's a weird one because the bean is just like a bold pink blob. Like it's there's not much that says, you know, it's not like very characteristic. But at the same time, I think because the character is so simple and just always happy, I think it's very easy for anyone from different walks of life to empathize with the character and sort of feel involved. So it doesn't come with a lot of baggage, I think, is the main thing. Yeah.
And are any of the like first pieces of your comics or animations particularly special to you? I mean, usually the first ones are always special because, oh yeah, it's my first, you know, one. But
yeah, I used to feel bad about like the really early comics. I don't know if you feel the same, but it's like, oh, it was so bad, or I did this wrong, or something. And now I look back and I'm like, oh, a simpler time. Like it was so good. Yeah.
And this panel is about style, and I remind you all, you can all ask questions that just go to the microphone and ask away. Feel free to use this unique opportunity to ask you questions directly. This is so cool, right?
Don't be afraid.
Yeah. And we're talking about style. This panel is all about style. It was kind of difficult for me to prepare, you know, because I'm not an artist myself. I'm a journalist. But how would you define style in context of comics?
That's a hard question. I'll leave it to you guys.
She's the brain, right?
What? Well, yeah, that is a pretty big question to answer. I mean, what I love about comics, or I think one of the biggest misconceptions is, comics is not a genre; it's a medium. So it's like with film or like with other media, you have a huge variety of expressions at your disposal, and I think that's one of the things that I love about comics is that, you know, I have so many different types of authors that I love to read, and that, you know, that can be funnies and like wholesome little strips, that can be graphic novels and like really deep, intricate artwork, and all of that is in the comics universe. And I think there's space for all of these different styles. So it's nice for us that we kind of fit into where we're doing our work, and, you know, that you have like a simple, fun style that can work, and also like other things that are completely different. There's all space for it in the comic universe.
I told you she's the brains, so.
Yeah, that's obvious. And how would you describe your personal style? I know it's cute. It's smart, definitely.
You want to go?
No, it's so hard. It's so hard to describe like your own work, like your own like
I mean,
style.
it was an evolution. We didn't really.
Yeah.
I mean, we went to art school, so we had like that sort of classical training. You know, we had to draw realistically and like all of this. You know, draw naked people and all the shading and stuff like that. And I think when we started doing comics, our professors were like, oh my God, what are you doing? Like they were like really disturbed because they were like, you're at an art school, you can't draw comics, that's not like art. And we're like, we don't care, we're just gonna do it. And so we started the blog as sort of an outlet for that energy. And it was just a space for us to be silly beside like the serious art that we had to do in school. So that kind of helped us be free of all these expectations, because we're like, we're just going to do what we want. And then when people started like, you know, writing us and we're like, oh, you know, we love your characters and it's so fun to read your work, we're like, okay, we're just going to keep going, and it evolved over time.
Yeah, totally. and the art style itself, it like developed like over a very long time, and it's still developing. And we talked about it yesterday, and that we're still open for like minor changes, right? That the art style grows with us, and it gets like older and more like adulty, maybe.
Yeah, the booties are getting thicker by the year. We've noticed it really.
That's the main thing. Yeah.
I think the same for me.
About
the
booties,
booties,
yeah.
I guess. Bigger. Yeah, I've noticed. I'm getting some nice curves.
Does this come with age? Like you just become a fan of a bigger booty, of a thicker booty?
I think so. I think the time has come for it.
And do you still encounter this snobbish approach that, you know, oh, how can you do comics? You were in art school. It's same for you, Harry. Do you?
I never had that. So
Yeah, that's so weird, right?
I mean, my sister went to art school, and I know it like very closely, like it's intense. And me, I left high school, and I was drawing and doodling, and I could like sell maybe 1 or 2 T-shirts, but it was like nothing. And I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna do this for a year, see what happens, and then go from there. And fortunately for me, yeah, I kind of avoided all of like the really mean art teachers because I just didn't go. But a part of me feels like that would have been like somewhat beneficial, like at least like learning the basics.
No,
because
I
I had
think
to
it's
go
so
back
smart.
all the time and like.
I think it's so smart that you didn't go to art school.
This is color theory. Like I didn't know.
Well, we forgot all that also. So.
Yeah, exactly. And art school can cause like a lot of damage, and you're so pure with your art style and with the way of the storytelling, and I think that's great. So
I'm going to adopt that attitude. I think that's the healthy way to think about my own work.
Cool.
So, of course, your style, your comic strip styles changed over the years, but how has your mindset changed as well? Has it? Who wants to start?
I think mine has. If you go back and look at my really early work, it was very like creepy or like kind of like weird. Yeah, exactly. So it started off kind of like a skate brand almost. I was really inspired by like Rip and Dip and like Creature and all of these things. And I was like, I'm going to be a skateboard brand. And it just turned out that actually that was really boring. And for me at least, and I wanted to do comics and animation and things like this. And so it's evolved, and I think the characters evolved a lot with my audience as well, where they'll be like, oh, the creepy stuff, it's like, it's okay in moderation, but we really like the cute. And I like the cute stuff as well, so I was like,
Me
okay.
either.
Yeah, and they were like, maybe more characters than just one naked bean, like, that would be good. So, yeah, so it's really fun. Like, Instagram's amazing, and I'm sure you guys are the same, because the process is very involved with the audience, probably more than like really traditional ways of doing comics. So yeah.
What about you, Elizabeth and Jonathan?
Yeah, I think just like, I mean, we've been making comics for over 10 years now, and I think when we started out, it was very innocent. Like, we were like, oh, you know, this is fun, but we don't know if it's gonna really blossom into anything we can live from. We were pretty, like, you know, down to earth, I'd say. And then we realized a couple of years in, okay, if we really want to make this a job, we have to also get a little bit more serious about, like, you know, yeah, really being disciplined about it. And I think that's sort of a mentality that we developed over time. Like, we noticed that a lot of people that are very talented in comics, they're surprised at how much grit you need. And because you only, like, show the fun side of it, but it's really a job. And we try to, like, we changed our mentality to focus more on that job sort of thing, to be like, okay, even if you're having a bad day, you get up, you go to your desk, you draw out your ideas, and, you know, you really try to do that consistently. And I think that's something that we're doing at the moment, which is really paying off also.
We still have fun doing it, but not every
Well,
day.
I don't. The fun is gone for me. I'm serious.
I mean, but not every day. Sometimes you just have to force yourself to do it and to like overcome some sort of writer's block and just to do it anyway, right? And to be sort of brave, kind of.
Yeah, and also not be too hard on yourself. Like, we used to be like, if we published a comic that wasn't like good or didn't perform well, we'd be like, oh my God, our lives are over. Oh, we suck. And now we're much more laid back about like, okay, you know, we have a lot on our plate right now, so maybe the last comic was like not super great, but at least, you know, we kept going. And then we'll have phases where we're like, oh yeah, we're on a roll. We're really happy with these last 3-4 comics. And then we know that this is just a normal thing. Like, we're not machines.
Yeah.
We're not machines. And frankly, I mean, with AI at the moment, have you seen the kind of comics AI makes? They're not that good. So I am kind of, I mean, I don't know how it's going to be in 10 years.
This is really offensive. For the past year, all of my comics have been AI generated.
Oh, God.
I'm joking.
And now you like pull off your head and you're like just this robot.
Mr. Evil.
Yeah.
Just a computer program sitting here talking to us, fooling us that you're just
deep
you know,
fake. Yeah.
Yeah. But you guys actually mentioned actually all of you touched on a very interesting topic. It's social media. It's comic strips or animations performing well or not, maybe. So social media can be a bliss, right? It can help you spread your comics. It can turn you into a professional. It can be your job. You can earn money and meet people all across the globe. But do you feel, especially when you became popular, did you start like feeling push, like too much of a push from the social media, because algorithms don't like you if you're not like pushing yourself and publishing all the time?
Yeah, algorithms just don't like you, full stop. Like,
Sure.
You know, if you're an AI program, that's all.
Yeah, well, this is why. Yeah, no, it's really funny. It's, you know, people look at social media and things and they think, oh, it's awesome. You know, you just wake up when you want and blah blah blah. But it is a lot of pressure, because it's like if you have a bad day, everyone sees you have the bad day, and if you have a good day, then it's the opposite, and it's like an amazing feeling. But over time, you just get used to it's not always going to be awesome, and sometimes, you know, it's just going to go back and forth. But yeah, it's definitely a funny thing. I'm more interested though in what's coming in like 10, 15, 20 years. Like, if social media is so different to 20 years ago, in the future, like, these kids, like, they're on the iPads now, like, it's gonna be nuts, and they'll probably be, like, completely emotionally detached and just, like, killing it, like, all Mr. Beast, like, I don't know.
I mean, we like connecting through social media with our followers, obviously, but we try not to think about the algorithm at all anymore. We used to put a lot of pressure on ourselves to meet the numbers, kind of, to be like always better than like the last comic, kind of. But we changed that. We totally changed that mindset. That
How do you do that?
just a lot of discussion, conversation, a lot of like not reading comments too much.
But also, I think I have to mention Patreon at that point also, because it's really important to have like a kind of space where you have like dedicated to people that really like, you know, want to support your work. And for us, two parts of that is we've always had our own website from the very beginning, so we've never fully relied on social media. We've just seen it as like an extra tool. And we've had a Patreon also for many years now, which really for us is a very, very big part of our support. Like we advocate for it all the time, because we know that, you know, to make comics and publish them for free on the internet, I mean, that's not a very good business model. You know, you're working for free, so you need people that are like, I love these comics, I'm ready to support, and you know, that kind of helps us if we're having like a bad social media day. We're like, we still have our Patreon. Those are the people that love us, and yeah.
Actually, not too long ago, you published a comic about crowdfunding being an answer. It's money versus huge corporations and so on and so on.
Yeah.
Is there like a particular story behind this comic, or was it just, you know, like the general approach that if you want something to be like a good quality, you need to pay for it. You need to pay for artwork, for work, basically.
Yeah, it's more general thing. Just what you said. It's like we all think that stuff has to be for free because we have social media and we have like all these platforms that are offering for free. But you don't really see that there are people behind it and they have to work on it and they have to work on it like for several hours a day and to make a living somehow. And Instagram doesn't pay us, Facebook doesn't pay us. Nobody, like all these platforms, they don't pay us, but they live through us. So, so it's something we think about.
Goddamn Mark Zuckerberg, I'm gonna beat him up.
Yeah, definitely. He lives off your shit.
What? He lives on your street? No.
No.
Oh.
He lives on my street.
No, but that's the thing. Like when social media comes up, all these websites, and I mean, we see it all the time. We get so many emails like, "Hey, join our new social media. We're just starting out," you know. And I mean, that's exactly what makes social media nice. Is you go on to see cool content from people, you know, that you're interested in. And at the beginning, these social media platforms are like, hey, yeah, you know, and they'll be very accommodating. And then after a while, when they have a massive following, they really start to shit on the people that that created that content. And, you know, they're selling ad space. And then all of a sudden, it's really hard to reach people. So I really feel that you can't really rely on these companies too much. And that was kind of like the gist of what we were saying there.
Yeah, some of these platforms seriously like expect us to pay for to be on that platform and to reach our own followers, and that's like completely nuts, right? Because if you think about it, they should be paying us, but they're not. So a platform like Patreon or like any crowdfunding platform, basically, it helps us to connect with the people who are really like who really love our stuff and they really want it to be there sustainably.
But this is everywhere when it comes to content. I'm coming from media, from journalism. People want quality journalism, but they don't want to pay for the content, right? So there's even a couple of attempts from the Lithuanian media trying to put, the content on a paywall. But how do you train your audience that is used to getting everything for free suddenly start paying?
Exactly. I think that the mentality is changing slowly but surely, because at the beginning people thought, oh, social media is free, but what you didn't see at the beginning is that these companies are raking in millions and billions of dollars off of the data they're selling to advertisers. And that's just the way that social media works. It's how they fund themselves. So, before I used to think like that too. I'm like, I'm not going to pay $1 a month to read this site, and now I'm thinking, okay, wait, I've changed my mentality, and I feel like a lot of people have too, that they'll say, okay, I'll gladly pay to have an ad-free site where I can see the content that I'm interested in, that I'm subscribing to, and I do that now with sites that like for example, my favorite newspaper or something. I'll pay for that, and enjoy the content, and I realize that these people have to live to make this.
Yeah, people really have to understand that if there's something they love, but they don't support it, it will go away eventually, right? And and that's what we're trying to say with these comics, like that we make about that topic. Kind of.
So the moral of the story is, if you like an artist, if you like content that somebody produces, you need to pay for it.
Man, there's so many like cat Instagram profiles which I'm gonna have to like start subscribing to. It's like I'm gonna be broke.
Okay, so going back to your style, what is more important for you, the visual or the text part of your comics? And are they like equally important for you guys, or?
Oh, should I go? Mine's very simple. So a lot of our stuff now is all visual. So it doesn't have a lot of text. And it's been really fun to do that because, first of all, I'm terrible at writing. And that's your job. And second of all, I find that when you make stuff which is a bit more visually driven, it can reach a lot of people at the same time. A lot of people speak English. I'm learning that today. But at the same time, there's like, 2/3 of the world which like don't even, they're on some other stuff. So it's also cool to make things which don't rely on language and then see who's interested in it. So yeah, that's been a really fun part for me.
I think that you can save a really bad drawing with great writing, but not the other way around. I think So for me, the writing is more important, but that includes like visual keys, right? So yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think storytelling doesn't have to be in written form. You can do storytelling without text at all. I mean, a lot of comics can achieve this. But I would definitely agree with the sentiment that a good story or a good punchline, you know, you can draw it anyhow you want. It'll work. But I think a lot of movies, for example, today have the problem that they're extremely beautiful artwork, beautiful to look at, but the story kind of leaves you feeling like meh when you're leaving the cinema. You're like, ah. Yeah.
Too much of the green screen.
Oh, yeah, too much visual effects.
I remind you guys, you can ask your questions. The microphone is over there. I have my questions ready, but it's nicer if you participate in this conversation.
There is a question.
Let's go.
Oh my God.
Let
you.
me break the ice. Okay, so first of all, my question will be to Harry. Ketnipz,
Yep.
I want to say that I really enjoy your work and I've been following you for 4 years already. So I finally fulfilled my promise to Dean, to meet the creator.
I see the Dean there, yeah.
So my question would be back to the style of art. And, Beanie is having an existential crisis right now and
That's true,
wants
yeah.
to ask why Bean? Do you have a sweet spot for beans, or was it purely coincidental? Because you mentioned also that this is the first character, the main character, which remained until now.
Yeah, so in beans in general, I don't know. I think that the name sort of came from the shape of the character. I was like, oh, it looks like a bean. Yeah, so that was it. But I love beans, I love Heinz, you name it. Like, all of them, they're pretty good. And I used to come back home from school every day, and my parents would be working, so I'd be like, well, I can cook beans on toast with cheese, and that was my meal every day.
That's very British of you.
Yeah, it's so British, it's ridiculous, yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Does your bean want to shake hands with the creator, maybe?
I can come up, I'll come.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Oh, he's got a necklace too, that's awesome. Thank you.
That was one moment in time. Oh my God.
That was cool.
That was really nice.
That was like a fever dream.
Yeah.
And I wake up now.
So cool, thank you. Is there another question coming? Yes. You see, our audience is really curious.
It's scary being up there, with the spotlight and everything.
Yeah.
I can empathize. I would not be asking a question. But thank you for the brave people.
Yeah.
Hello, I have a question for both creators, and my question is about AI, because we can see that AI is trained by using other people's art, and you can sometimes even see the parts of the artist in the AI generated content. And do you think that AI is just a tool for piracy or stealing, or we could use it to help the artist to create art and make it more easier for the artist? Or is it like a really great area for you?
That's another big question.
Big
the second big question here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. It's a very good question.
I don't know if we need help creating art. Do we? I don't think we need any help.
I mean, it's always, there's a few things with AI. I mean, I'm not per se against AI. I'm just critical of it because I think a lot of technology is carried out on the backs of people that aren't really involved in the process and don't profit from it, sadly. So this technology, only a very small percentage of the people are going to profit from it, while the data needed is coming from hundreds of thousands of artists that can't live from their work, which I think is not fair. At the same time, we work digitally, so of course we profit from technology and tools constantly evolving. That's fine. I'll try out some tools and some features, but I do think that when it comes to creating stories or creating like ready to ship comments, I do think there's more immediate problems in the world that AI could be dealing with. Like, we don't need more just senseless
medicine,
content.
for instance,
We don't need
right?
more senseless content. We need an AI going out into the ocean and taking care of the plastic or something. I would prefer that. But
That seems like the smart choice, yeah. Yeah. I think AI is an interesting question because obviously it's full on now and there's so much going on. I personally, I find a lot of it quite ugly. Like even the really cool stuff, like it just feels like, I don't know, like plasticky when you look at it, and the fingers, they've got like 7 fingers. But for me, I think that one positive thing that will come out from AI growing and growing, and it will be that people will appreciate a lot more the handmade stuff and you know, the very like involved and creatively weird and not manufactured like in like 10 seconds. Like those pieces of artwork will stand out even more, and they'll have their own like an even stronger value because of the saturation in the space. So yeah, I'm hopeful.
you're absolutely right, and it reminds me of what you said yesterday about the average.
What did I say?
You said that it was. I was like, you're absolutely right. You're like AI. It can only produce average results because that's how it's trained. You know, it'll take everything and then sort of try to make something that fits in with everything it's seen before. So you'll never have truly innovative things coming out of an AI. And I think that's absolutely what you're just saying. Like, you know, we need human creators because that's what you can't generate.
When it learns to do that, we're screwed. Like,
Yeah. Oh God.
But can you actually say so about a technology that is still like a black box to us? You know, we still don't know a lot of things about ChatGPT and so on, and we
I don't
are
believe
still
that.
finding out, right? Okay.
I don't believe that. I think technology, like these tech people, are sort of backing out of the conversation by saying, oh, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I do think there are people that understand how neural networks work, and they just don't want to take accountability for it. That's why they're saying these things. I mean, of course, it's very complex, but neural networks, I mean, you know, how they're trained, it's not impossible for humans to understand that. I think shrouding it in mystery is a way of making it seem bigger than it is. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Like a selling point to say that it's a black box, but you know.
We can't control it. Like, don't look at us. We can't change the way AI is working. It's like, come on. You have people that do nothing else than work with these machines, and you know, of course, you can change what's happening inside.
Thank you for your questions. If you have more of them, keep them coming and just feel free. Oh, another question. Wow. Thank you.
Oh no.
Hello.
Hey.
Sorry for my English, but I'm trying to ask you a question. So I want to ask, what is the main thing that brings you money? Do you have a side job beside comics? And is it possible to make a living from comics and creating?
Oof.
It is possible. Thank you for the question, first of all. Your English is great.
Thank you.
And it is possible to make money from comics, but it's really hard. It's really difficult to. For us, the main sources of income are Patreon and our shop, and then we also produce books and sell them at conventions like here.
Like here.
We don't have any side jobs, but we had side jobs when we started out, like several. And I think you need it if you're like a beginner.
I have a side job.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about that one side job. Sorry. Yeah, you go ahead.
I didn't know if this comic thing would work out, so I actually studied computer science, which is why I'm so, you know, I feel comfortable talking about AI and shit talking. No, I'm kidding. You know, and it's absolutely like it's the most normal thing in the world. I think a lot of artists are scared that they're not going to be taken seriously if they have a side job, but I would say it's actually helped me because it takes the financial anxiety out of those first years where you're, you know, still building things up. So I'd say it's great, you know. I would say I profit from it actually. You know, it makes me creative. It helps me sort of come into new ideas because you're in a completely different headspace sometimes and connecting with people that have completely different things that they're thinking about, so yeah.
The same. Well, I'm not, actually, no, I don't know computer science. Yeah, I just sell like plushies. Yeah. Thank you for your question. Yeah.
Thank you. If you have more questions, keep them. Oh, haha, you see?
That's a cool jacket.
Yeah, wow. Looking good.
Thank you. So my question is for Ketnipz. I've been your fan since very beginning. It got me through like very tough times.
Cool, thank you.
And I want to ask what inspired you to like create such things like comics and being.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. That means a lot, like really. Yeah, it's crazy. I get asked that a lot, like, you know, where did the silly bean and everything come from? And it's so hard to give an answer because I think it sort of just happened over time from like a stupid doodle. But it grew into something and kind of like an actual bean, you know, like out the ground. It's so cheesy. But it's like, so yeah, it's been, it's definitely, if you told me 6-7 years ago it would be here and this was what it would look like and all of this, I would be like, you're mad, like that's so ridiculous. So yeah, but it's really to do with my audience, like just being involved and yeah, just giving me ideas as well and just being, you know, sort of showing me like, yeah, what is the cool thing to do, and I just follow that. Yeah, but it's so much fun. Yeah, thank you for being a fan. Yeah.
Thank you. And I have an additional question to this question to all of you guys. How personal is your work, and how do you select how much do you share, especially when you have like audiences that you can count in millions? You know?
I'll jump in quick. So yeah, for me, like sometimes it's weird with the bean because I can't be like, oh, the bean is me. Like some people who make comics, they have characters who are exactly them, and I'm not walking around naked and like, you know, like completely bald. Like, yeah. So for me, it's like funny sometimes being emotional with the comic and the characters. But it's a really helpful way. Like if you're going through something tough, it can be a great outlet, and especially when you read the comments and things like this, and people say, oh, I'm going through it too, and this meant a lot. Like that's the world. That's so cool. Yeah, and I think a lot of people are going through the same thing. So yeah.
Helping yourself by helping others.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be like really selfish though. Like I'm just venting.
But still nice.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing more personal than creating something and like showing it to the world. But at the same time, we're not our characters. Like the characters are more like sort of like children, sort of like brainchild stuff.
It's like an avatar of like really exaggerated you. So like, so whatever mood you're feeling is probably like here.
Yeah.
Your character's gonna be like up here, like going through it.
And we have like a cast of characters, so they're like different personas of us, but in a totally weird way, in an exaggerated way.
Unless you guys are like actually vampires and robots.
Yeah.
Okay, if you have more questions, use the microphone again. But what do you guys think about compromises? Because I imagine maybe it's different for you, Harry, because you're creating alone, right? But for you, Elizabeth and Jonathan, how many compromises do you need to, make before publishing? And are compromises good, or do they affect art in a negative way? But Harry, I would like to hear your thoughts as well, like all of you guys.
Oh, compromises. I think, yeah, it's a tough one because sometimes I feel like making something absolutely, like that, like just really ridiculous, and I have to remind myself, I can't be like too offensive, or you have to think about it. And I have like secret accounts that no one knows about, where like posting like the crazy stuff. Sorry, but no, not like weird. No, like no OnlyFans. No. Yeah, it's a funny one because it's like what you said. When it becomes a job, you can't just like like you F off and do whatever. Like there are certain things you have to show up every day and take it seriously. So there's a compromise there, but at the same time, I'm like, this is one of the coolest jobs ever. I can't complain too much when I have to do taxes or something.
Everybody hates taxes.
Yeah, compromising is a big part of, I'd say, like our work, definitely. But I think like compromising can be good, but also not good. And I feel like we have a lot. Wow, I'm really, wow, I'm so hitting this on the head. What I wanted to say is Jonathan and I, we write together and we draw together. So we've kind of, I would feel safe saying we sort of perfected the way of, like we call it like a ping pong. Like we don't really see it so much as compromise, but more of like, okay, one person has an idea, we pass it to the other, they sort of spin it a little bit, pass it back, and then this thing sort of evolves, which is bigger than each of us would have come up with separately, and I feel that's a really big part of our writing process. We kind of have like a mini writer's room, and it's very rarely the case, but it does happen that one of us has like an idea which we're like ready to die for because it's so funny, and the other's like, no. And we actually post them on our Patreon and have our patrons vote. We don't say before which one of them it is, but afterwards we reveal with like the tally. I think at the moment we're tied, right? Yeah. We're tied. So we're both equally funny, I'd say. But we'll see. I'm confident.
And how do you guys select topics for your comics? Because Elizabeth and Jonathan, you covered, technology, robotics, sexism, like current events in the world. But how do you select? Okay, this is something I'm going for.
We don't select at all. We just write about what we care about. Kind of.
Your latest one was like 2 pirate ships kissing, like.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like, where did that's like out of the blue.
That's what we care about. Yeah, pirate ships. Like, yeah. Like homosexual pirate ships.
Yeah, that's
amazing. Harry, how about you?
For me, it's just like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So it's like sleep. It's like the things people need. They need sleep, food, and like pets. So that's it. That's how I pick. Yeah.
Do you have any taboo topics that this I'm not touching this. This is too heavy, for instance.
Oh, you mean
taboo?
Oof.
Yeah, like we try not to punch down. Yeah, that's like the thing. I think humor, of course, humor often has to be about something or about, maybe people or about like something going on in the world, but humor is not funny if you're punching down, I think. I think it's much easier, or like better to sort of poke fun at like people that already have the power. So sometimes we will notice like, oh, maybe that one got a bit too mean and we won't post it, because, yeah.
But that comes natural to us because like
we hate authority.
No, I mean if you're an asshole, you make like asshole comics probably. And if you're like a wholesome person, like Harry is, you make wholesome art. Right?
Harry has an OnlyFans? What?
Like Harry is super wholesome. That's why his art is super wholesome, right?
We don't like know him.
And we don't like to punch down personally, so we don't do it in our art.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, please. That's what I was saying.
Well, I punched down. I punched down to Jonathan. Yeah. That's the dynamic that we have most of the time.
Slightly smaller, like
3 centimeters.
Like 1 centimeter.
Okay, 1 centimeter.
It's just 1 centimeter.
3.
And yeah.
And I see we have 2 questions from the audience.
Hey.
It will be the last questions, but go for it.
I have a question for Ketnipz. Have you ever been in other conventions? What is the most memorable good memory?
Oh, thank you for your question. And well, this is my first Comic-Con, so this is completely different to what I'm used to. I did a few other ones. We will do like animation conventions and festivals and things like this, but like nowhere as big as this. This is insane. And then, yeah, I think it's such a fun experience. So I'm just kind of learning the ropes, but it's it's really great. It's really great. Yeah. Thank you for your
Thank
question.
you.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey.
I have a pretty simple question for all of us. So, what software do you use for to make comic and illustrations?
We use Photoshop.
Yes.
And,
but we do draw a lot in our sketchbooks. So doodling in a sketchbook is probably the most important like ingredient. And then when we see something we like, we'll start using digital, Photoshop.
Yeah, so the same for me. I draw on post-it notes. So mainly post-it notes to start. Like my room.
So renegade.
No, my room is like a crazy person's room where they like have like everything like stuck up.
We want photos. We want photos.
So post-it notes, and then if there's a good one,
He's gonna get a restraining order against by the end of this convention.
And then I'll draw like the final thing on iPad on Procreate, which is an app for drawing. It's like $10. It like Photoshop. We have Photoshop for editing, like the animations, but it like starting out. Oh my god, like Photoshop.
So
is like,
expensive.
It's like $200 a month or so.
Yeah,
it's like
but we ripped
ridiculous.
it from art school.
Okay, that's
like we got like don't say,
the
don't
Adobe
send that.
people
Can
are
we
gonna-
cut that?
They're gonna come to your booth later, and yeah, it's not gonna be pretty.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
So thank you guys. War and Peace and Ketnipz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
koks hypinis gabalas. Sveiki visi čia šiandien susirinkę, labai malonu, kad jūsų šiandien čia tiek daug. Paduokite garso truputėlį. Visada labai norėjau tai padaryti. Labai džiugu, kad tai su jumis suveikė. Tai čia yra toks vienas disclaimeriukas, kurį aš būtinai turiu jums susakyti. Arba tiesiog suskaitysiu. Dėl vykstančio SAG-AFTRA streiko prašome solidarizuoti su mūsų svečiais ir neužduoti klausimų apie buvusius ir esamus televizijos bei filmų projektus ir su jais susijusiomis studijomis. Tikėtina, jog svečiai į juos atsakyti paprasčiausiai negalės. Tai ir šiandieninis mano svečias, svetė, Colbie Minifie, irgi turbūt patys suprantat, ar ne? Mes negalime šnekėti apie kažkokius konkrečius ten IP, apie kažkokius konkrečius prekinius ženklus, taip toliau ir panašiai, kas liečia kūrybinius outputus, atsiprašau už anglicizmą. Bet mes vis tiek su Colbie, manau, kad apturėsime labai neblogą diskusiją, kuri šiandien yra, tuoj pasižiūrėsim, ką čia šiandien per diskusiją. Tai sutikime šiandien mano svečią, talentingąją aktorę Colbie Minifie. Please join me on stage.
Wow! There's so many people here! Thank you for being here. Labas.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Do you know any other Lithuanian words?
No, those two are the only words I know.
What are the two words? Labas and
ačiū.
Ačiū, of course.
Yeah, those are, I already said them today, but I'm just going to keep saying them over and over again.
So before going on stage, you said like you weren't expecting this many people here. Why?
No. I mean...
Did you just think that Lithuania has like 50,000 people or something?
No.
Or is this just not a popular event or something?
No, I think I'm not a popular event.
Oh, you're not. Oh.
I'm like, you got shit to do. Why are you here listening to me?
No one's got shit to do. Clearly no one's got shit to do. It's a Saturday and everyone's here.
There's like so much to, there's like an art show and there's Legos everywhere and Pringles and I'm like, oh, thank you for coming and listening to me yabber on about stuff.
Okay, we can dive into stuff then, I guess. When did you land in Lithuania? Was it today? Was it tomorrow?
Last night. I landed last afternoon, yesterday afternoon. And I went to a delicious meal and had potato pancakes. Potatoes are my favorite meal.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
I love
then
potatoes.
you'd be well adjusted here in Lithuania then.
Oh yeah, I make all kinds of potatoes. I love potatoes. Potatoes are my
Potatoes in
thing.
all kinds of, in all forms. Forms
All
and shapes,
forms.
right? Okay.
I can make very good potato pancakes. I can make.
Oh, you personally are a good chef.
I make potatoes very well. Anything else I mess up, but like potatoes, I'm the professional potato maker.
If the base is potatoes, then you're a pro.
I'm a pro.
Why? How come?
I'm Irish.
Oh, okay, yeah, sort of. Okay, then that makes sense. Sure.
And I love them, so it's just a lot of practice, I think. But yeah, I make a really good potato pancakes and good potato gratin. I make like delicious potato gratin.
Okay, but then do you know about cepelini?
No, what's that? Oh,
that's like our national main dish.
But I'm a vegetarian. It comes with one with cottage cheese, right?
I think there is a sort of a type, yeah, with where you have cottage cheese inside or something, yeah.
I'll eat that. I'll eat
Okay.
that. I know. Unfortunately, I can't eat all your delicious meats.
And how's your day going so far?
It's great. I learned that Lithuania is the G-spot of Europe. So I'm sorry I can't eat all your meats while I'm here in the G-spot of Europe, but.
When did you learn that? When did you learn this fact? Because it's sort of an old campaign that we did have.
Yeah. I learned it at lunch. I just was sitting there eating my potato balls, and I watched the campaign of people sitting there like, and then it's like, Vilnius, the G-spot of Europe.
Good. That's a good way to introduce Vilnius, I think. That's pretty good. All right. So today we have sort of a discussion, right, where we can just blabber around about the role of an antagonist in storytelling, right?
Yes.
Let's just sort of roll it back and go way back. It says here in the notes that I've put down myself, so this could not, it's probably not factual, but it says here that you've made your Broadway debut at 11.
Yeah, it was 12 years old, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I was one of those like annoying children that was like born performing. So annoying.
As we've clearly seen during your entrance.
Yeah. As me like just being nervous and then whipping out the moonwalk on my way on stage. So when I was a kid, I like begged to go to a performing arts school for middle school, and I got to this, I had auditioned, I got in, I got to the school, and there were all these kids who had been in 5 Broadway shows by the age of 11, and I was like...
What school did you go to then?
I know. It was a school for kids who worked, and it was in the middle of Times Square. Right? I'm from New York City, in the middle of Times Square, so kids would like go to their morning classes and then like go to their Wednesday matinee, and then do their homework at their Wednesday matinee, and then like come back to school. It was a great school, but I realized I was like, I'm behind. I'm never gonna make it. I'm 11 and I'm a failure. And so I went to my parents and begged them. I was like, I need an agent. That's what these kids have. I need an agent. And they were like, what are you talking about?
So you were sort of indirectly forced to be an actor then? Actress?
No.
Because of your surroundings? Because there were like 5 kids that were actors, and you had to be an actor as well, right?
Well, no, because it was...
You're like, whoops,
yes.
There's nothing else for me to do then. I have 5 friends that are actors.
Desperate,
I
desperate.
guess that's something I have to do now.
No, it was one of those things I would go to sleep being like, and when I have my name in lights, like I was just addicted to performing.
But like, why was there any like sort of an outside influence for that, or like were you just watching shows and cartoons when you were 6 or 7, 5, I don't know, 8, and you were like, I have to be on stage.
Yeah.
It's either that or I'm dying. I don't know.
Yeah, my dad's an opera singer.
A what?
An opera singer.
Oh, okay.
So my dad like would sing all day, every day. And then we went to this church, and the church had a talent show every year. And so my dad would be like, why don't you sing something for the talent show? And I got up there once and I was like, I'm never looking back. I'm gonna be a performer for the rest of my life.
What was your talent then? Were you just singing?
I sang a song called Don't Fence Me In, and I had a tap routine that went along with it. And then I put on like a cowgirl outfit and like tried to, anyway, it was...
Okay, cool. So we sort of have a closer for the discussion then, right? You can give us a tap dance lesson or something.
Oh my God, I hope to God not. It would be so embarrassing to do that.
I mean, you already did a moonwalk, so...
Yeah. Oh God, why did I do that? Yeah, but luckily my parents, like I really would not be here without my parents being so supportive. Like they didn't push me into it at all. They were like, okay, this is what this kid wants to do. We want to keep her
you were
happy.
nagging them for like 4 years, and they had to do something with you, so.
Yeah, they were, yeah.
Can you sort of give me a ratio of, well, nowadays, right? Can you sort of give me a ratio of how much do you do work on, let's say, movies, series, and then on stage, or is the on stage thing just like gone for now for you, or
I mean, really? I really hope not. I did mostly from 12 through college, mainly theater. Theater to me is it's really beautiful because the writing is so good so much of the time that it's bottomless. You can always find new stuff. You can always like discover new things about it. And I love the process of rehearsal. I'm just a nerd that way. Like I love being like in a room in a safe space for 8 hours at a time, just being like, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. We're just like playing pretend all day. And then you get up on stage and like random shit happens where like somebody gets set on fire by accident which happened in the latest play that I did. And Ethan Cohen was in the theater that night, and the guy who had invited him, the actor that was on stage that had invited him, just went up in flames. His sleeve got caught on like a candlestick, and I just went, oh!
Does this usually happen when you're on stage? Am I gonna set on fire? Am I gonna get set on
fire?
Yeah,
get ready. Get ready for the pyrotechnics.
Okay.
No, so that like random shit happens, and you have to like go with it. Like, or that thing where like my voice just broke in the middle of a show where my first line came out like this, and the next line came out like this, and like I had to deal with my vocal cords bleeding for like the rest of the show, and it's just like so fun. So I love theater, but when I started doing more and more TV, there was just not enough time to do theater. But I did a play last year, and I'm always looking. Now we're on strike. I'm like, want to do plays, but everybody wants to do a play, so it's hard to find.
Is
theater
there
right now.
a sort of a medium, a media of your preference? Like, do you like doing theater more, or let's say movies and series, or are they in any way overlap, or like what's the best thing that you like from one side and the other side like?
I mean, they both have their own fun parts to it. So like for me, the thing I love about theater is the safety of repetition and finding new things within having to do a show 8 times a week. But the beautiful thing about TV and film is that the camera's rolling and you can just let yourself go and be as present as possible, and like weird shit comes out of you and they have it recorded, right? You don't have to repeat anything. Like, yeah, you have like the camera moves and you have to do it 85 times in a day, but each time is new. And if you really trust yourself to like be as spontaneous as possible, even with saying the same lines, like they have it on camera and they get to capture it, and then it exists. It's like it lasts forever, which is I love that aspect of it. So I kind of like both in that way.
But then also, if your voice cracks, like we just heard, right? You can just, take 2. And in theater, that's not the thing. So
yeah,
what do you think of that?
Well, that's
what do
kind
you think
of the pleasure.
Like, what do you, in general, like, what do you think of the dynamic that, in theater you sort of have a one take, I guess, right?
Yeah.
And then in movies, it's just like, if you have a bad take, just take another.
Yeah, I kind of love the pressure of both of those things. Like, this flip side to film and TV is you don't have as much rehearsal process. So you don't have as much time. Like, we have 10 minutes to rehearse.
I was actually about to ask, like, you really stress the fact of, repetition and rehearsals for theater, but then I would assume isn't it sort of the same for movies, or is it a lot less of that?
It depends. Like, if you have a director like Sidney Lumet, the late Sidney Lumet, like, he rehearses his movies for 3 weeks before he gets in front of a camera.
In front of a camera, right?
Yeah, but that's like old school movie making. Like, nobody has the budget to do that anymore. And on our show that shall not be named, we have 10 minutes to rehearse if we're lucky. If we're lucky, half an hour. But like, people are like, oh, she has a question. Oh man, we're gonna be here forever. You know what I mean? Like, you try to figure all that stuff out, all your questions, before you even get to set. And in that way, it's a lonelier experience, because you're like, oh, I guess this is what the scene is, and you get there and they're like, that's not the scene, it's this, and you're like, oh fuck, I gotta shift everything. So but it also creates a different kind of work ethic, and a kind of like fly by the seat of your pants, like letting go. Like the main thing you have to do in film and TV is like let go of whatever you imagined the scene to be, and that is like a great freedom. There's a great freedom in that. But yeah, I love rehearsal. So.
Are there any specific, let's say, skills and abilities that carried over from theater to movie that really help you in movies and series from theater?
Yeah, just like a work ethic thing, like a understanding that you have to be on time. Like, I don't know. I'm not saying that people who only do film and TV like don't have that. They definitely do, but I hear from Cruz a lot. Like, you can always tell when an actor's done theater, because there's just like a level of awareness of how much time something takes, and how much respect they need to be giving to the crew, stuff like that.
Okay. Looking at your filmography, it sort of seemed, well, at first glance, for me personally, it sort of seemed that you in the past, let's say, 7 years or so, it sort of seemed like you sort of preferred, I would say, preferred like sort of like superhero movies. Is that something I could?
Yeah, you could say. I mean, it's a lot of comic book things that were based in comic book stuff.
Yeah, exactly,
right?
exactly.
I don't know how that happened. I don't know why. The only thing I can chalk it up to is that.
Because my question would have been
sorry.
like, is it? No, it's okay. Sorry to interrupt.
I'll let you ask your question.
My question would have just been like, is it like do you consciously seek it, or is it something that you really like, or is it a sort of format or medium that you like, or is it just sort of random, like you just get roles? Or
It's just the jobs I'm getting, man. It's the jobs I'm getting. Listen, I audition, and 99 times out of 100, they're like, thank you, next, like, goodbye. And if you get a job, you're like, thank you, I'll be there early, It's like, so to get a job, I think what it is, my theory is that
give us a theory, yeah.
Yeah, my thesis is that I'm a big performer. Like, I'm very, like...
Well, you're incredibly expressive, yeah.
Yeah.
And very charismatic, yes.
Which is the theater part of me. I'm like, I must play to the room, right? Like, and these shows that are more based in comic book stuff...
Yeah, sort of.
They have they allow for larger characters, I think.
For a more pompastic sort of like characters, right?
Yeah. And so I feel like that they're like, oh, this person's crazy. Like, there's a reason why I play like the crazy neighbor and like the crazy PR person and like.
She's just the woman for the job.
Yeah.
She's just crazy enough, right?
We need a crazy girl. Get in, Colbie. And yeah, I don't know why. I think that's my theory. That's my theory.
Okay, so let's try to even go deeper and break it down. What's like sort of try to give me a ratio of, given the shows and the movies that you've been in, sort of try to give me a ratio of how many times do you get to be on the protagonist side and on the antagonist side?
Mostly antagonist.
Mostly antagonist. So so the follow-up question would have been, well, sorry, it is the follow-up question. Like, is that something you sort of seek, or is it just something that happens, or are the directors looking for very sort of expressive and charismatic people to be in antagonistic roles, or then what's the deal?
I mean, beats me. I think that if I have another theory, it's that
give us a thesis.
I think it's easy. It's the easiest thing to play anger. It's actually like amongst actors, it's much harder to be vulnerable and to like allow your heart to open. And so I think it's out of a weakness of my abilities that I play angry, that I become an antagonist because I like lean into the easy thing, which is anger. Now, my agents would be really mad at me for saying this right now, but I do think there's a level of that.
It's basically like antagonists are very one-dimensional, and I'm not, and I'm not talented, and that is why I play antagonists.
That's exactly right. I approve that message.
Because I sort of have a list of, I think, 5 or 7 traits that make up a compelling antagonist, and I wanted to talk about the fact that it seems, although you can totally disagree, but it seems that in the past, let's say 10 years, the role of the antagonist has become really like sort of complex.
Yeah.
And then you've completely shattered this whole premise.
Well, no, I mean, I do think I think you're right. Like, I'm being hard on myself, but as is usual. But I do think the writing of a lot of these characters has just gotten better and better and better. And it's a huge pleasure to perform with good. I mean, if the writing's good, it just makes your job really easy. And I also feel like the thing with all these antagonist characters is like, if you believe that nobody thinks that they're the villain, right? Everybody thinks that they're doing a good thing for themselves and for the world.
It's sort of their point of view.
Yeah.
Of the world.
Yeah, and they're like, just doing. Yeah, it's just they have like just a different point of view of the world than you might. It's just like a different. So if you think of them as people who are just doing what they think is good, then it becomes a much more complex character. If you think of the antagonist as being an asshole, and like, well, I'm just an asshole, so I'm going to be an asshole. It doesn't read as complex at all. It just becomes flat, just flattens out. So it might just be like point of view and perspective. And
So then how do you sort of delve into the psyche of, like, let's say an antagonist, right? Because you have, let's say you have an antagonist, right, or sort of antagonistic roles, and for you, right, you have a character that is complex. It has, like, the character has a backstory. Character has a certain, he or she has certain reasons to act as they do, right? So how do you sort of get into character without just thinking like, oh, they're just evil. They're just overall evil and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, whenever somebody's being crazy on the New York City subway, I'm always like...
They're just evil. There's no backstory to this. They're super random. They're just evil.
That is the opposite of what I was going to say.
Okay, I'm sorry. Please expand
I'm just
then.
kidding. No, it was... I always think, like, what is happening to them? Like, what has happened to them
What are
in
they
their
going
day?
through?
Yeah, like, people are going through all kinds of crazy shit, and that we have no idea what, like, I have really bad road rage, for example, and, like,
Oh, same.
there are times when I am like, so upset at other cars, and then I check myself, and I'm like, why am I behaving this way? And it most often is because I'm worried about something else going on in my life, right? There's like, I just got dumped, or like, I'm mad at my parent. You know what I mean? Like, something happens. I didn't just get dumped, by the way. Never mind. We don't have to go there. But like, when you look at like a character, they are more often than not going through something traumatic, or they have gone through something traumatic in their lifetime that makes their point of view very specific and specifically defensive of themselves, So, and defensive in a way that might be violent or might take form in a way that isn't so, kosher.
Is there sort of before going into an antagonistic role, before going into, let's say, you have an antagonistic role, right? Is there a mental moment where you sort of try to, again, mentally excuse the actions that the antagonist is performing, just to better get into the role? Not excuse, but like, again, going into the backstory, right? So if you, let's say, I don't know, super hypothetically speaking, just came up with the idea, if you have like a very bad supervillain who's extremely powerful, right? So and you have to be in his role, right? So for you to better perform that role, do you have sort of a mental switch where you have to think, the things that he's going through and like the things that he's doing I can justify them from that point of view. Is it necessary for an actor to go into that mental state, or not really, or do you just like have a script and and you just go crazy?
Yeah, it's more asking questions as to like what is the thing that happened in his lifetime to make him
You do
believe.
go through these sort of.
I do, yeah, because I feel like just blanketing, being like,
Yeah,
well,
he's-
that's what
he's
they
just
wrote,
evil.
so, huh?
Like he's just evil.
Yeah, he's just evil. That's what flattens, that's what tends to flatten a character. Like the reason why the person you are hinting at is so good.
I'm not hinting at anything. I just came up with an idea for a show. I mean, you can take it.
Came up with an idea for a really villainous guy. Well, in my relation to that character, like my character's relation to that character.
The hypothetical one, yes.
In the hypothetical world we are creating. It's very much like, what is she afraid of? What does she want, which is most often power, and what's her point of view on the world? How does she think of herself as a victim in order to relate to the people around her? And it's much more fun to figure out, like, why are they behaving in this way, than to be like, wow, this guy fucking sucks. Because then you're judging the character, right? You're like judging yourself within the character, and then you want the character to be better, and so you like have problems with the way they're behaving, and then you're like resisting the thing rather than being like, ooh, what is this journey we're on? You know what I mean? It's more fun.
I think we sort of come from the same generation, although, you're from the West, so things tend to, pop up earlier there. But I think you're like 7 days older than me. Yeah, 6 days older than me. And,
Whoa.
yeah.
Really?
Why? Why is that surprising?
No, I just am surprised you know my birthday.
I think it's January 31st.
Yes.
1992.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're 6 days older than me.
Wow.
So
hey, Aquarius.
So we're from the same generation. Would you agree with this statement? Let's say I'm making a statement, right? That earlier in the, let's say in the 90s, right? The villain roles were sort of like not so, I don't want to overuse the word complex, but I'm going to overuse it anyway. So not so complex. They were sort of like punching bags and going into this new age, well, let's say the past 5 or 10 years going into this new, especially with the superhero media. Would you agree that the antagonists have become a lot more complex? And yes or no, that would be your answer. But like, could you maybe talk about the dynamic of how important it is to have like a very good antagonist as opposed to the main character? Like, how does that drive the story better?
I think it always drives the story to have the conflict for the main character be as strong as possible and as rich as possible, so that we as audience members are like constantly trying to figure out what you would do in that situation. I didn't grow up with TV. My parents
Okay, sorry.
No. So my ability to answer this question is limited, but I mean, like, my favorite movie was like Mrs. Doubtfire growing up. You know what I mean? Like the villain, that is really complex. Yeah. It's like Sally Field did a really complex job in that movie, and it's true. But anyway, I don't know if she's the villain, but she's painted as the villain in that movie, actually.
Yeah, most likely.
Ooh,
Yeah.
boy. Anyway, there's a lot to talk about there. We don't have to go there.
There's
but
a lot to unpack, but we don't need to go there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think. I mean, I noticed there's a lot more like TV shows that are dedicated purely to this evil character, or if, like even like live action TV shows about a real thing.
Because where I was going, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, where you're going?
Where I was going is that it seems, or maybe just movies were just worse in the 90s. I don't know, but it sort of seemed right that in the 90s when you have all those not superhero movies, the Commando and whatever, Rambo. These sort of movies, like, right? So action movies, yeah. So usually the antagonist was just like sort of a punching bag. Like there's no sort of underlying deeper motivation for them. When you watch a movie, especially as a kid, when you watch a movie, you're like, yeah, I want that guy dead by the end of the movie, and that's basically it. Whereas now, you have antagonists that are like, you're watching a movie, and it's sort of strange. You're like, is it just me, or I sort of get this guy on some level?
Yeah, I mean, I do think I like Heath Ledger playing. I think I can mention this, the Joker. I can't mention that.
Heath Ledger playing the clown.
Playing the clown, thank you.
Playing the clown, yes.
Thank you for protecting me. Yeah, I mean, that felt like, to me, from the outside, like a turning point of how, I mean, that guy.
That was actually the first example I was reaching as well. Like,
oh,
really? I'm like, if like the best example would probably be Heath, because like you're watching a movie, you have an antagonist that is probably even bigger than the protagonist, which is like, which is the biggest protagonist. Yeah. And I'm like, you know what? He's a complete psychopath.
Yeah.
But is it just me, or do I sort of get this guy?
I mean, I never got to the point of like, I don't know what's wrong with you, but I never got to the point where I was like, I understand that clown.
I'm just a sociopath, I
but
guess.
Like, but I do think like, the more, you really wonder watching that movie, like, what happened to him as a kid? Like, why, like, what's going on there? To the point where Joaquin Phoenix goes and makes a whole fucking movie about that. Like, that, I do feel like there is, when somebody knocks a part out of the park so well like that, it changes the possibilities of how you can make media. General term media.
Just the general term media.
Stories.
I don't really understand how the hell is it, like, it's been 30 minutes. How? Just gone, just like that.
We're talking. We're chatting.
Just talking. Let's have some water. Let's go for a walk.
Have some coffee.
Considering, I'll just read this question, okay? Considering your rich and diverse acting background that you have, what are some dream roles or genres you haven't explored yet, but would love to do in the future?
I would love to do a rom-com. Like, put me in a rom-com. I want to make out with the hottie, you know? Thank you. Thank you for clapping for that. I needed that. I feel like...
You would, sorry to interrupt you, you would be, like, I think you would be tremendously great at sitcoms, for instance. Like, why wouldn't why wouldn't anyone pick you up for a sitcom?
Thanks. I have the same question. I mean, I usually, like, comedy is so hard, and...
it seems that for you it comes sort of naturally. I would assume.
Well, it's hard to, like, be like, there's it's like math, right? It's either right or it's wrong. There's a landing of like, it either people laughed or they didn't. Whereas with drama, it's like, well, I did it this way, so good luck with the, that's the way it is. And you don't have to land in a certain spot, you know what I mean? And so I want to challenge myself with more comedy. I also really want to do drama that is like real person drama that is maybe not as heightened as a comic book type thing.
As a superhero series.
I'm like really interested in that. And I hope that's in my future as soon as this damn strike is over, right?
Okay, so you said you were like a 6 or 7 year old kid that just nagged your parents into putting you into acting, right? So we here in Lithuania, of course, obviously, we have a totally different market for acting and for movies and for series. But like, what would your sort of, I don't know, advice be for aspiring actors, actresses, or just theater, play? What would be the general advice? Where do you draw your talent from?
Yeah, I mean, just like never stop. You know what I mean? Like, I think
never stop nagging your parents to put you in acting school, right?
Exactly.
Well, that
just
worked out for you.
Nagging. No, I find if I tie my personal value system, like how I feel about myself, to acting and to getting jobs, I get really depressed, and it's really unhealthy for me. So I find I think the beautiful thing about telling stories is that there are so many different ways to do it, and we don't have to wait for the phone to ring in order to do it, right? Like, we can get our friends together, and we can read a play, and we can read plays, and we can go to acting classes, and we can do like stand-up stuff, not stand-up, sketch comedy. Now, I need to take my own advice, right? And because I'm not doing that right now. But I find for me, like, my secret was like to keep myself mentally healthy was making things with my hands. So I like quilt, and I do carpentry, and I do ceramics. Like, I make all kinds of weird shit.
Potato dishes as well?
I make potatoes. And like, I find that holding like being like, oh, I made that Pringle box. I have like a self-worth that is kind of like outside, like that's tangible. And because with acting, I've been doing it for 19 years, and I can always look at a performance behind me and be like, well, you sucked. Or like, well, you didn't learn that thing yet, so you just sucked totally, And it's hard for me to like look at the facts and be like, no, you keep working. People hire you. It's okay. Like, it's hard for me to like value myself in that space. So, and I feel like it's very easy as an actor to fall into that because you're opening your heart up and you're being like, hey, here's me. You don't like it? Okay, I'll just close it and like leave now. And it's very easy to get down on yourself. And so I just encourage people to just like trust that the creative force is within you, and use it and practice it in any medium, any way you can, and it will feed into your acting work. That's my advice.
By complete accident, you've mentioned stand-up. I feel like you'd have a knack for that.
Oh,
have you tried
my
stand-up?
God. I've never tried it.
Never tried it?
I'm really scared.
Scared of what? Going on stage, making jokes, making impressions? That's what you've been doing for 36 minutes here.
No, okay. I think I'm building a stand-up special of like my date,
But
my
just
dates.
in the back of your head, like, I'm building a stand-up special.
Yeah, in the back of my head, because I keep going on dates that just are so bad.
Oh, you have a lot of good material.
Oh, I'm like, what is happening to these men? Like, what's going on? Where they're literally feeding my material, my hour-long stand-up special. I have like, eventually maybe I'll write them down, but.
As a person coming from social media myself, I usually have this as sort of question for actors. How, like, the medium, or like the media source, or like what do you want to call it? Social media, like what's your relationship with social media? And do you ever sort of think of delving into that niche to, maybe, grow your audience on social media, earn additional, revenue from that? And like, or are you like sort of a actor purist, or like, I don't
Actor purist. No.
Sort of, like, I don't know.
I love that.
Matthew McConaughey, like he just
I am
doesn't
Matthew
seem
McConaughey.
he just doesn't seem like a dude that would go on social media. He's like, I'm just an actor.
He's like,
yeah, exactly. Like he's just an actor. I wouldn't imagine him, picking up a phone and doing an Instagram story.
Yeah.
But for you, I think that would be pretty natural. So
You think I could do it?
I think you could do it.
I gotta say, I really admire content creators. Like, I really admire putting your life on for the world to see. I have a lot of anxiety around letting people in too much. Like, I'm pretty, like, if you talk to me, I'm like an open book. I'm like telling shit stories on the first time I meet you, But like, there's something about it lasting forever online that makes me very nervous. But I really admire people that can, like, I just started filming like some of my carpentry work, and I found myself like feeling so kind of vulnerable, like placing a phone on a tripod to like film myself on my table saw. Do you know? I was like, ooh, like this is scary. But I think it's like practice. I think you like have to get used to it. But I also find it takes a lot of time, and I got shit to do. Like I'm just like, oh, I don't want to be on my phone that much. But I also find it to be like so inspiring. There's certain parts of social media that are horrible, right? As we're seeing with people's opinions, especially right now, it's like really hard social media at times. But at times it can also be incredibly inspiring. Like I renovated an Airstream trailer. Do you know what those things are? So during the pandemic, I was like, I want to have my house on my back. So I went and like bought an Airstream trailer and renovated the whole thing and did the electrical and the plumbing and the carpentry, all the stuff. And I learned all of it on YouTube. And a lot of it, I got inspired for the design of it from Instagram. And like, what? I don't know if I would have done the Airstream if it weren't for Instagram.
Instagram, yeah.
Which is crazy. Like a lot of the ceramic stuff, I get inspired from Instagram. And it's like, the artists on that platform are incredible. And in that way, I find social media to be really inspiring.
So two things that we should be looking forward to is your stand-up special then, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
In the upcoming future, and then your carpentry vlogs?
Yeah, yeah, I like.
Where do we get to see those?
Well, they're on my. So I made 2 reels. I made a reel. Yay.
The first thing that I'm gonna look up when I walk off stage.
Yeah, I just built myself a dresser because I was like, I want a dresser. I want them to fit my shirts standing up, but I don't want to fold my shirts too many times. So I made one, and I made the knobs out of ceramic. They're dice, and it was so satisfying. And I didn't film that one too much because I was embarrassed, but like it's so satisfying to like make a thing and be like, yeah, I made that. I made my own bed 2 years ago. I was like, I want this nice bed, but it's $1,300. So this bed's
You
all
can just buy these things in a
I know,
store.
but they're so expensive. Like $1,300 for a platform bed. I was like, I'll just make one, and like pay myself, I guess, $1,300 to make it because it was so much work. But
girl math. I just made 130,030 for 300. Sorry, dollars.
Yeah, and then like I quilt too. Like I make giant I embroider like quilts. And I made a reel about my quilt, and that took 1.5 years. That quilt. It took so long, but it was so satisfying.
That is something I am instantly looking up when I walk off stage. I am very sorry, Colbie. 40 minutes is up.
It's
Do we
done.
have any questions from the audience? Right there, we have a microphone. You can just go up to the microphone and ask some questions, and Colbie will try to.
I'll try to answer. Ask
those
away.
if you have any. If we have any. There's a huge.
No pressure.
It's a huge audience. Maybe you need some time to go from that side to this side. We have a microphone right here. If yes, then you can just go ahead and try asking some questions.
Hi, how are you?
Hi to all.
Hello.
Hi to you. I want to ask, maybe you can tell some amusing story when you're filming at a boys' show.
Yeah, a hypothetical show.
Yeah, maybe.
Are there any
with team, with guys, something funny?
from the trailer park in a hypothetical setting of a hypothetical show?
I'm trying to think of a good story. I wonder. I mean, it's so much fun to film that show that shall not be named. It's so much fun. I have a good one. Okay, I have a good one. So in this new season of the show,
it's completely hypothetical. You can
Yeah.
come up with it. Yeah.
I have to like drop some papers and then pick up the papers and then walk out of the room. And my dress, I was wearing like big stilettos, and I kneeled down, my dress got caught on the hem of the dress, and then I couldn't get up, so I then had to crawl like very slowly out of the room. And I was begging the showrunner, I was like, put it in the show. Like, please, I was laughing like this, like it's very slow, and then the doors like very slowly close behind me.
Did they leave it in the hypothetical final product or no?
No. He was like, it's too broad comedy, you can't. But like so many moments, like so much fun. Like the guy my character has sex with in the bathroom. Do you know who I'm talking about? The director. He comes up with, he's my favorite guy to work with. He comes up with like the craziest ad-libbed lines. Like he writes all these crazy lines and just whips them out randomly during filming, and that he's so much fun to work with. Like I'm like, that scene where we have sex in the bathroom, we like rewrote the whole thing ourselves, and we're like, it was really, I really shouldn't be talking about it. It's so strike-breaking, but like, it was really like, really fun filming that scene.
That's actually a very interesting point. Like, let's take that one hypothetical show. Like, how much of a leeway do you have for improvising then? If you have a script, a lot? Really?
On that show,
Is it specific to that certain hypothetical show, or just, I don't know, Hollywood in general? Or
No, it's pretty specific to that. I mean, in Hollywood in general, I feel like it depends. There are certain shows where like the guy is like, you said instead of the. Like you have to get it perfect.
I would imagine that's like Martin Scorsese or something. Like you have to use the appropriate.
Aaron Sorkin does that. He's like, it's perfect.
It has to be perfect like the script.
Yeah. Which I respect. That's like.
No, sure, of course. Like there's probably pros and cons for both formats. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but for our show, it's very. You can just kind of like we have to do a take for each setup that is script word perfect. And then we can play around a little bit. And they let us, I mean, the beautiful thing about that show is I can come up with the most disgusting thing. And they go, yes. Like,
that hypothetical show is one of those shows, yes. Some more questions? Yes or no?
No.
Well, if no, then I would like to thank you.
There is.
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
I would like to ask you about
when you were filming Fear the Walking Dead, how was it filming with Alicia Debman-Carey? Because she's like my favorite actor of all the world.
I love her. I love that woman. She's so wonderful, so kind. Like, we were filming that when COVID hit, and she wasn't, like, our production got shut down, and she had a hotel room, and I had to move out of my hotel room. She let me stay. Like, she let me, like, figure out how to get home from there. She is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful actress. I love her. Good choice.
Thank you.
Good choice on a favorite actor.
So if there are no other questions from the audience, I guess our time is up. That is very sad. But thank you very much, Colbie,
Thank you
for
so
joining
much.
me on stage,
Thank
for coming
you.
to Comic-Con Baltics, and thank you everyone
Thank
for coming
you
here,
all.
joining us.
Thanks for
See our
listening to me
discussion.
talk.
for the cosplay guest panel?
Yeah, a little clapping warm-up.
You sure? I don't think they're ready.
Yeah?
They're not ready, no. No, let's try that again.
Let's say once more.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the cosplay guest panel?
Yeah, you were right. Now they're ready. They're definitely ready.
All right.
Okay, so I think we should prepare the stage for the judges, right? So let's move a little bit here, maybe.
Yeah, we have some nice chairs from Secret Labs.
Very nice
the
chairs.
headrest
Very
might give that away. And our judges will sit down in these wonderful chairs. And if you want to win a chair, you know what to do.
And if you are wondering who we are, two bumbling people in costume on stage, we are SALØ and
Mist Vane.
And we're gonna host your cosplay competition as well, so stay tuned.
Yeah, you're going to be sick of us the rest of the day. That's for sure. Okay, so let's introduce these guests.
Yeah, welcome on stage, our lovely judges. Come on, guys. And you clap now.
We have Pon Pon. Up next, Inela. Then from Belgium, Captain Ghostly. Up next, we have Crix Design. And last but definitely not the least, give it up for Betkana. Ladies and gentlemen, give these judges a wonderful applause.
This is actually very lovely. You are super active and I really appreciate that. And I think our guests also appreciate that because they are going to be grilled with very hard-hitting questions, right?
Ooh, we have received many questions and they know nothing. So it's going to be a surprise for them as well.
Okay, so quick round. First question. Everybody ready? Judges, you ready?
Yes. No.
Audience, you ready? Let's start with something maybe traumatic and stressful. I think that's a great icebreaker. Pon Pon, I heard you like the performances?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so my question to you is, what are the things that cause most worries for you during the cosplay performance?
Oh God. This is a stressful question, as you just said, basically.
This is a performance and you are stressed, so
Exactly.
It's all checked out.
Well, technically, I think that performances are stressful no matter what. But if you have like the vibes, if you get the vibes right, it's gonna be okay fully. But it's probably the fact that you don't know what's gonna happen when you get on stage before. That's probably the main thing. But the moment you get on stage, you forget everything, and everything goes just probably fine.
Warm
Cool,
words
thank you.
from our ghost. Absolutely. Okay. I think
I'm satisfied with the
You're
answer.
satisfied with the
Yeah,
answer?
I'm absolutely satisfied. Are you satisfied? Oh, you need more traumatic stories, right? Anybody with a traumatic story, like a broken limb or something, they need blood. I mean, guys, I don't make the rules. They want blood.
I'm sure we all have quite a few. I think probably my worst thing, so I've been cosplaying for 16, 17 years now. It's been a long, long time.
Woo!
And I've done, the warbler burns, I've got the hot glue burns, I've got the inhaling horrible fumes, and my worst cosplay injury ever was during wig styling when I cut a chunk out of my finger with a pair of scissors. So I can withstand everything else, but apparently the wigs are where it gets me.
Dangerous
All right.
wigs.
No, that's a horror story. Whoa, hurting yourself with cosplay? The determination that these cosplayers have. It's ridiculous. Okay. Captain Ghostly, you conveniently hold the mic. Let me ask you a wonderful question. So, what is the cosplay that you think brought you the furthest? On social media, as a person, as a cosplayer?
I think it depends how you look at it. On social media, it's definitely Chainsaw Man. Like, I made like a rotating chainsaw. He has like this chainsaw that comes out of his forehead. So it's very weird, the design, but it's also very interesting. And I made it like functional, so it rotates. I made it fully out of foam. And I made some videos on Instagram, and they just went viral. To this day, I still don't know why, but they went totally viral. So online, I would definitely say Chainsaw Man. But I think in real life, like being at conventions and stuff, I made an armor together with you, Ornstein and Smaug from Dark Souls, and that Ornstein armor brought me so much as well. And there's so many funny stories about that, but we basically made it like in almost 1 month. And like before the event, of course, we cosplayers, we at least me, I procrastinate. And we were working it like day and night at the end. And it was amazing. But it brought so much. So I would definitely say Chainsaw Man and Ornstein.
Yeah. Those are amazing stories from Captain Ghostly. Chris.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Well,
a
of
vampire
course.
lady to my heart, I would dare say. So, Chris, we've performed together multiple times, and I always see you as a wonderful performer. Now, you're also the cosplay guest of this convention and a judge. If you would give advice to the new and starting people that want to participate in cosplay competitions, what would you tell them?
We, as the judges, we are not scary. We have been where you have been, and we actually are really interesting to see what you have made. And when we come up into your face, we do it out of love. We are not scary, even though we might look like it.
I mean, I just wanted to mention that you're saying you're not scary wearing the Lady Dimitrescu costume and a blood-soaked vampire next to you. So, do you think they are scary? That's mixed reaction. All right.
Do you think SAL� is scary? He's too cute. He's too cute. I would have said.
I'm trying my best.
Okay. Bet. We've seen you work so many times. All the complicated prosthetics that you use and all the complicated things that you make. Instead of performance, which tip would you give to the audience of crafting your own cosplays?
I will start with looking at reference photos and start small with the trash, like cardboard and everything like that, because it's easier to make your first costumes in these materials, and it's not that expensive, and it's recycling in a good way.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, yeah.
A round of applause.
Okay, so we do have a question that everyone has asked us, basically, and they're actually very curious, as all of you as an individual. They want to know why you decided cosplaying. So, Bet.
Yeah, let's start with you and go the round why you started.
And when? Tell us when exactly.
Well, it was 12 years ago, because of this wonderful lady right here is also my sister. And, and she went to a cosplay convention and told me all about it. I met this, I met that, oh my god, I met all my heroes. You have to join me next time. I was like, oh, it's dumb, it's like dressing up in the middle of the day. Okay, I'm gonna go. I went and I was smitten. Here I am, 12 years later, talking to you guys.
Yeah, so 12 years ago, I went to a convention and I went to tell my sister about it. No, seriously. But we have been making a lot of crafts together with our mother at home, and we have burned holes in the carpet and we have glued stuff, and our mom is very patient. And we have always made everything growing up, like Barbie clothes, pearl necklaces, everything. And when we can dress up in the middle of the day, it was actually kind of fun.
So I went to an event in Belgium called Facts, and I saw so many people looking amazing there, and I was like, what is this? So I went online and I searched, and I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. I want to do this as well. So I did that as well, and like one of my first costumes was actually like Sauron from Lord of the Rings, because I'm a huge Tolkien fan. And I made Sauron from Lord of the Rings, but in that time, like materials were very hard to find. So what I had to do is use like crappy yoga mats, and I had to go to the Decathlon. It's like a sports store in Belgium, and I had to buy yoga mats. And just imagine the cashier looking like, why are you buying like 20 yoga mats? And then I built the costume. It doesn't look that great, but it was good for the time. And I found out that you have to mirror things because like with the legs and the arms and the shoulder pads, I made 2 times the same thing. So I had to go back to the Decathlon to go buy new floor mats. And it was the same cashier again. So yeah, that was really, really interesting.
See, now you're giving me like horror flashbacks to, you know, the days of Sharpie dyeing wigs in the bathtub and everything was cardboard. We didn't have Warbla, we didn't have resin, we didn't have any of that. But yeah, so when I started cosplaying as a little teenager, I actually got into it because my parents took me to Comic-Con. So we're all nerds, and we went to San Diego Comic-Con when I was 16. And yeah, I saw all the cosplayers running around. They looked like they were having the best time. I love the fact that it was sort of advertising to everybody around you, hey, I'm into this thing, come talk to me about it. You know that we're gonna have something in common. And so yeah, I just went to the thrift store. I found a sewing machine at a garage sale for $10 and taught myself how to sew and spiraled from there. And I haven't got sick of it yet, so.
A never-ending loop, I would say, absolutely.
Well, my memory is a bit cloudy, but my friend actually talked me into cosplay because it was not cosplay, anime in general. I was kicking to be saying no, and then I'm here. But basically, I was the one who didn't want to first like dabble in it. But the moment I tried it, I was the one who pushed her to cosplay, dragged her to convention, then made her to make the cosplay. And then basically, sadly, she left and I still came here. Like our taste changed, as sad as it is. But I'm really grateful to my friend that dragged me against my will at this point. It was like that, and it was the best decision that she did for me. And yeah, now I'm basically crying next to a sewing machine every evening, and yeah, that's how life goes.
Right, a round of applause.
Yeah. I really like it that all our cosplay guests have such a different and unique story to themselves. Yeah,
Yeah.
Everyone gets into cosplay in a different way.
Absolutely. But I think we've established that you all started quite a while back. So a lot of change in the community and in the world. And there's this small thing called social media that might have a little bit changed your way you perceive cosplay. So Pompon, I think you have like a pretty decent following, right? Do we have any fans of Pompon? Yeah, I think that's decent. So, please, can you tell me how does social media influence your cosplay work?
Actually, social media, I think, gave people more confidence to cosplay because everyone now can see everyone do different things and that you can express yourself, not just maybe in sewing, maybe there's makeup, maybe it's crafting, and maybe you just enjoy cosplay without the conventions because, yes, those people exist. And social media allows us to do that and find each other and maybe find people who will encourage you to go to a convention. So yeah, I think that social media is giving confidence and helps each other and helps people find each other to continue that and maybe find themselves and yeah, to gather all the courage.
So big applause for positive influence on social media, yeah?
All right. So, costumes can be very detailed, absolutely. Bet, I have a question for you. What is the most detailed cosplay that you've ever made, and what was the worst part about it?
Well, I made a very big Krogan from Mass Effect. It's an old game, you maybe not heard of it. But it's a huge alien with you can't see anything, a big helmet and everything. And so I started with a head, and then I said, now I have a floating head, I need a body. So I made sculpted a naked body for this Krogan because I used it for my bachelor degree. But that was like 100 kilos of clay on a poorly made table. And the whole thing was tilting over me. And I was, oh my God. I was just sitting there. I was like, couldn't move anything. But I was in school, so people came and helped me. It was, surprisingly, it didn't break so much. It was easy to handle, but that I said to myself, I need a break. Just 100 kilos just tilted over me. I was like, my life work right there.
Oh, it sounds like a true horror story. And especially coming from you, it's really funny. That's a horror story.
That's a horror story.
Appropriate.
Killed
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, don't be shy, clap.
Yay, killed me.
Yeah, they're telling intimate stories. I mean, I would be excited as well.
About intimate, Anela, can I ask you a question? Because I think it's safe to assume to say that cosplay is your passion.
Yes, very much so.
Okay, so outside your passion, you have like daily life as well. So can you
Yeah.
tell us what you do in your daily life and how you integrate that with cosplay, your passion?
Yeah, so as much as I wish cosplay was my full-time day job, actually, I don't know if I could handle that. That might be a little bit too much taking over my life. But I'm actually trying to become a game developer. So I've been studying 3D art, and so I just finished my degree, and that's what I'm heading on next. But apart from that, I also have a little 3D printing business. So my partner and I work just making little cosplay accessories and pieces and things, and that goes pretty well as well. But in general, because we're both cosplayers and our house is usually just covered in materials all the time, we try to also have a few other hobbies outside of cosplay, so...
Huge applause, yeah, for cosplay house mess. Everybody had that.
You want me to ask a question?
Yeah, I want to ask you a question. Do you have like messy house because you're a cosplayer?
I'm not the one on trial here. We're not
do you
gonna
have,
ask.
guys, do you have messy houses because you are cosplayers? Audience, do we have cosplayers in the audience?
Do we have cosplayers in the audience?
Do you have messy houses because you are cosplayers?
Are you the trash man?
That's great.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Absolutely. Chris, I'm going to ask you a question and give you the microphone. All right. So, you and your sister, you're doing cosplays together right now. But I'm wondering, are you more of a cosplayer that does solo stuff? Or do you prefer to work in groups? And can you tell us why?
If I can, I will always cosplay with this one. She's the quirkiest and funniest, and she always helps me. And it's the one that can always ask me to dress me when it's awkward. But yeah, it's also really cool to have someone that shares your passion, and you can take so many more cool photos. I think when you're two people and pose together, and yeah, it's part of the community. I love group cosplay, and I love cosplay with this one the most.
Aww. It warms my heart, man. It warms my heart.
Sisterly love, that's cool. But I have a question, like let's do a different note. Because you guys, you all are on big stage, on a big event. So it's also safe to assume that you made it. There's this thing in fandom that you can make it. How do you define being made man in cosplay, and how do you feel about it? Let's do the round, everybody.
You, just send it away. I'm not feeling I'm made, finished. You can always learn. You can always teach yourself new stuff. So I'm just grown in skills, but I always love to make new skills and learn new stuff and make new things. And getting invited here is very, very, very cool.
How do you like the Baltics so far?
Oh, I love it. I love you guys. You're so open and you're so sharing. Yeah, I love talking to you. A bunch of you come up to me and told me my costumes are great. I met a lot of you in the judging room, and you are all so nice and all so talented. Thank you.
Are we answering the same question, all of us?
Yeah, what's your definition of making it, or being a pro, if you like?
Well, it's a huge honor to be invited to great events like this. But my personal is, one of my cosplays is in an exhibition at a museum.
Oh,
Yeah, my demon hunter from Diablo 3, and I think that's pretty cool.
that's super
So
cool.
that is like a bucket list check mark.
Let's give it up for a museum with a demon hunter.
I think the term making it is very hard to define because for me, even though we are invited, even though we are judges, for me during the contest, the real stars are the cosplayers performing on the stage. Because you have to imagine, these people spend weeks, months, maybe even years practicing their act, practicing again and again and again. And they put their soul to be on the stage and to entertain everyone. So I think we should give an applause for the contest that is going to happen later to all those people performing here. They are the ones who made it as well. They are the ones who made this event very wonderful. So thank you to them.
Absolutely. Great answer.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know if any of us can say like we've made it in cosplay, because I think cosplay's like we're nerds. We're dressing up as video game characters. Like, how cool are we? But yeah, I think in general, like, of course, it's incredibly cool to get invited out to these cons. I love seeing everybody's work. Every single time I'm in the judging room, I learn from people telling me how they made their costumes, and I pick up little tips and things. But I think the main thing when I felt like, okay, yeah, I'm really part of this community and I've sort of established myself is that I publish some tutorials and I like to come up with new techniques and things. And I think it's really cool when sometimes I get to be like the authority or the person that somebody comes to ask about how did you do this type of embroidery or how did you do this fabric textile work or something, and I can be like, yeah, I can tell you about how I did that. So that makes me feel pretty fancy and cool in cosplay.
That's noble, absolutely.
Well, firstly, I would like to say that I really much agree with Ghostly about the statement that he made. But also, I would dare to say that the moment you feel comfortable, the parts that you visit and go in cosplay, and maybe even going cosplay outside, doing a photo shoot where there's so many people around, everyone's staring at you, and you don't care, and you feel like you belong here, I think that's when you can know that you actually made it. Because you just proved to yourself that you're meant to be here, and this is what you like, and you don't care about what everyone else says. So to me, this is like the main part, and that's why all of you shouldn't like even care what everyone's thinking about you around. Just do your thing and just slay the crowd, and let's go!
Great answer. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank all of you.
Ghostly, going to target you once more. If you decide on a cosplay, what are the factors that make you say, that's what I'm going to cosplay? That's the next project I'm going to make.
Well, it changes all of the time. Right now, I would say I want to do something challenging. Like, I love to complicate things, sometimes a bit overcomplicate things, but like, I love challenges. Like, for example, the Chainsaw Man. I think anyone who builds Chainsaw Man is amazing because it's a hard to build helmet, it's hard to build the chainsaw, it has to stay in your head. But for me, the real fun thing was making it rotate. Like having this thing rotate like a few millimeters in front of your forehead, like getting there, tinkering. Like for example, the gears that are inside, I had to redo it 13 times, well 12 times. The 13th time was the right time. So what I love is like a very good challenge to learn new things. Because I think as a cosplayer, from the moment you say like, oh, I know everything about EVA foam, or I know everything about painting, that's not true, you learn always. Even when you're in the pre-judging, sometimes you have cosplayers coming in like, oh, I use this technique, and you're like, oh my God, that is so smart. Like, no one thought about this yet. So one of the biggest things is how complicated something is, yes.
Yeah, very much so.
Very warm words. I'm really happy with all your answers. Now, we have another question for you. Maybe in contrast to popular belief, all the people sitting right here are not full-time professional cosplayers. It's for them always a passion, something that they love to do and that they put their heart and soul into it. And SALὼ, I think that gives us the opportunity to ask a very great question to each and every one of them.
Yeah, I think so. Let's do the round. Guys, if you could be the full-time cosplayer, would you like that? And what's your specialty in this parallel universe?
If I want to be a full-time cosplayer?
If you'd be full-time cosplayer, like your day job is being a cosplayer, would you like that? And what will be your specialty?
Well, I could have been a full-time cosplayer, yeah. But I don't know if that will take away the joy as your free time and your art, and you can be like, oh, I'm gonna do this, dressing up as that, and then I go back to my normal work. And on my free time, I can be like, oh, something cool, shiny, and artsy, and I can dress up as that. So I'm just, the question feels like it's taking away the cool joy about it being my hobby. Yeah?
Yeah, it is a little bit about the risk. Do you want to risk it all to...
No, I want to keep it as my hobby. Yeah.
Valid
Keep it cool.
answer, yeah.
Question.
That deserves an applause, yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely, yes. Don't be shy. Clap.
Absolutely not. Then we're gonna need that energy later, yeah.
Yeah, I also agree. I love it when it's a passion, when you pour your heart and soul into it, but that also takes a lot of energy and a lot of time. So if somebody demands me to do something, the joy is kind of lost. So that is also a no for me. I want it to be a passion. I want it to be my hobby.
Woo, for passion.
They're pretty passionate, absolutely.
Now, that's an interesting question, because anything that has to do with my life is already cosplay. For example,
oh, really? What makes your whole life full of cosplay? Tell us more, Captain Ghostly.
I work at the cosplay shop.de.
What?
The best place to get your cosplay materials, by the way. So everything I do has already to do with cosplay. So for me, it's a bit hard to answer this question. But what I can say is it's not because it's my job now that I don't feel like it takes away anything from it. Because cosplay is so wonderful. Because even though you have to do things, you are forced to do things, I enjoy doing them. So for me, and I feel very privileged to say this, but for me, I don't feel like I work. Like for me, it's a natural thing to do. It feels like an everyday thing to do. It's like breathing to like me. So I don't think it takes away the fun to do it like as a job because you enjoy doing it. So maybe one day this will change. I don't know. But for now, definitely, I enjoy my life a lot. So that's amazing. And I hope every one of you will get this chance to enjoy everything they do every day as well. So,
absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ghostly, what would you say would be your specialty then?
My specialty is definitely foam. Yeah. Like, I can do some other stuff as well, but foam by far is my specialty. And anything to do with crafting. And also, like, I love to experience with like materials, like formulas for materials. Like, for example, we launched a new product with the shop called Cosplay. It's our own formula, and like we do so much research for this to make sure it's like the best product we can offer. And also in the shop, I'm not alone. We have a huge team. We have an amazing video editor, which is somewhere in the room as well. We have amazing packers. We have an amazing leader called Steve. We also have someone who helps with the videos called Minifie. And we do so much more than just selling materials. We have a whole community. Well, I didn't help in it, but for example, Minifie, Skyshark Cosplay, they made an armor for PewDiePie even, so that's a very fun thing as well.
Wonderful, yeah.
Yeah. He's pretty much full-time already. He even plugged you.
Yeah, I don't know if I can plug the shop, but apparently the shop is the best place to buy all of your cosplay supplies. Yeah, I think for me, I agree with the sisters over there. I think if cosplay was my full-time job, if it was just making cosplays and wearing them to events, I think I could handle that. But I think when cosplay becomes your business, it turns into a whole lot of maybe not quite as fun things. So you have to do taxes, and you have to, manage all of your social media. You might feel influenced to cosplay particular characters that are going to get a better response, or sponsored characters and things like that. And sometimes that can be great, but I think if that was my whole realm of cosplay, that would be a little too much for me. So
I agree.
But
taxes are the absolute devil.
Cosplay taxes. Ugh, awful.
But I would say if I was to specialize, I could do sewing patterning all day long. For some reason, that's something I really enjoy doing. It's kind of figuring out a puzzle, I guess. So that would be my specialization.
So you would be a professional puzzler?
Yeah, pretty much.
getting an opportunity to run away from reality often, sign me up. But yeah, genuinely, if speaking generally, yeah, I personally would love to. Since childhood, I was always a theaters kid, yeah, so, and fashion designer now technically, so this would like allow me to express myself in creative field way more. But yeah, I think that would be like a great opportunity, and I personally would enjoy it because it would like connect a lot of things that I do and I try to proceed. Yeah, so in my opinion, definitely.
Wonderful.
Perfect. Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful. So I think that we are at the end of our panel. However,
almost.
There is one important exercise that we want to do with our cosplayers. We have gotten the question of what their favorite or go-to pose is for pictures. So my dear guests, we would love to do an activity with you. We would like you to show us your pose.
Yes, encourage them. Come on. For the benefit of those with flash photography, bring out your cameras.
Let's
5-second poses.
Let's call them out one by one. Maybe we can ask the technical team to play some catwalk music. Is that possible? Do we get some music? Is that a possibility? Is that?
Perfect.
All right, my dear judges, Bet, you can go to the front of the stage, and in the front of the stage you can do an amazing pose. One by one, Bet, you go. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll give her an applause for her pose.
Huge applause.
Up next, Chris, go to the front and give us your best pose. Captain Gusling, you know the drill. Give us your best
Great
pose.
costume, great costume. Give it to them, yeah. And Ayla, your turn.
Give us your best pose.
3, 2, 1.
Oh! And Pon Pon, last but definitely not least, give us your Dunphy
Do the walk,
pose.
do the walk. Absolutely amazing. And I think everybody warmed up. The judges are warmed up. You are warmed up. We talk too much, so...
Way too much. Judges, thank you so much. And we wish each and every one of you the best of luck judging all the amazing performers later today.
It's gonna be a tough job. Thank you. Thank you.
And ladies and
Thank
gentlemen,
you.
give them a huge final applause.
And off we go.
Yeah, then throughout the next part of the show, they will be sitting right there, so you will only be able to see the back of their heads. But now you had enough quality time with them.
Okay, thank you so much, and see you in a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, hi! Are you ready?
Make some noise! That's what I'm talking about. Great job.
Welcome to the 5th Con Baltics cosplay competition!
Woo!
Let us properly introduce ourselves. I'm your host, all the way from Belgium, Mistvane. But today you can call me Dio.
And I'm also your host, all the way from Poland. I'm SALØ.
Now, before we start, it is very important to know that this whole shebang was made possible by a whole list of sponsors.
That's true. But, before we list those lovely sponsors, we want to keep you on your toes, keep you nice and warmed up. There's gonna be a lot of clapping. There are amazing contestants over there. You're gonna clap a lot, so we don't wanna tire you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we're gonna list our lovely sponsors, and each sponsor, for now, will get one clap.
But a big one, a big clap.
But a big one, yeah, a strong one. So let's do a test round, all right? Okay. Let's say sponsor. One clap, one big clap. All of you, come on. Sponsor. Perfect.
That's it.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so you ready? Mr. You ready?
Are you ready?
Great. Here we go. NYX Professional Makeup.
Cosplay Shop BE.
Lego.
Sony.
Dell.
Filman.
Secret Lab.
GBL.
Nissan.
Oreo.
7 Days.
Barney.
Hermes.
Monster.
Samsung.
And Pringles.
Woo! You did a great job. Thank you so much. Give yourself a warm round of applause. But wait, there's more. There's more.
There's absolutely more. There are 3 specific sponsors that made a whole lot of other things also happen. You don't have to one clap. That's not necessary. But you can clap a bit longer.
We strongly encourage clapping. Yeah.
You can do a clap longer. You can scream. You can shout my name or whatever you want to do. So. We also want to thank Hexito for their amazing technical solutions.
Yeah. Great. We thank Zenitech for the created evaluation program for cosplayers, costumes, and performances.
And that's the thing that all our judges are using right now. Pretty innovative. Absolutely.
Cool.
And then last but definitely not least, we have also have Vilnius Tech, who sponsor a trip to the Nordic Cosplay Championship for one lucky winner.
Woo! And one more quick reminder for you, lovely audience. Remember that you can use Con Baltics app to choose your favorites and vote for them during the cosplay performance. You'll have all the information up on the screen, so remember about that. Bring out your phone, take a lot of pictures, and choose your favorites.
Absolutely. Our judges are not the only one to judge. Because if you use the Con Baltics app, you can make a decision and make someone win the audience favorite award. So, you can be a judge as well. Wonderful, right? Are you excited being judges yourself?
Power to the people. Awesome. So, I think it's time we should begin.
Absolutely, and it's great that you say that because we started right on time.
Absolutely.
And you know who also is always on time?
A wizard. A wizard is always on time.
And especially a sassy wizard. Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, our first act of today are none other than the sassy wizards doing Gandalf and Saruman. So put your hands together.
Sassy wizards, let's go.
Gandalf, what were you thinking? Showing your old wrinkly face in here.
It's time to stop pretending you don't belong with the dark forces.
But without Sauron, I am nothing.
I remember what you are capable of. You don't need Sauron. You are so much more than that. Let's join our forces.
You are right. I must admit I haven't done this in a while, but if I must...
I know you still have it in you.
All right, that was absolutely amazing. And
Look at us, we have our own small stage.
Absolutely. This is limiting us so that we don't run around too much on stage. Okay, now our next act is something different. It's an OC. So,
OC?
Can you tell me what an OC is?
Oh, absolutely. OC is short for original character. So a character that was designed, made, and brought to life by our lovely contestants. In this case, Cute Banana.
Which is cosplaying a white deer.
Oh, deer.
Absolutely, so. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the white deer, OC. Do remember to vote for your favorite contestant using the Con Baltics app.
Absolutely. So, our next contestant on big stage, not at this one is ours, we don't share this one. So the next contestant is Ryoku with her cosplay of Yuta Hoshino from Shugochara.
So everyone, give it up for Uta. Woo.
Unlock. Lunatic charm. Dance to the beat, wave your hands together, come feel the heat forever and forever. Listen and learn, it is time for prancing. Now we are here with caramel dancing.
And we're back on big stage.
You know, SALŽ, I could take you, like in a fight, like a street fight.
Oh, a street fight. On topic on street fight, do you have any favorite Street Fighter character?
Yeah, actually, I'm quite a big fan of Chun-Li.
Oh, that's amazing, because Chun-Li is also my favorite. And what's your favorite? Is it Chun-Li? What a coincidence.
You're in for a treat because our next contestant is none other than Chun-Li. Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate street fighter! This bout will determine who is the strongest once and for all. Only the winner tastes the sweetness of victory! All the glory goes to the winner!
I can feel it coming over me. I feel it all around me. I've been waiting for this moment all my life. It's my destiny. There's a tide deep inside of me. It's waiting to come out now. No matter what, no matter how, I know I'll make it through somehow. 'Cause when the road feels so long, I'll still be holding on. I'm gonna keep on going. I know I'll be strong. Yeah, it is destructible. I won't let nobody break me down.
KO!
That was something. But hey, Mr. Vane, I can't help but notice you have long nails today, right? Is it comfortable?
Well, thank you. I did them this morning. They're horrible to work with. Absolutely.
So imagine how horrible it would be to have scissors for hands.
Are we doing scissor hands?
Yeah. So welcome on stage Hall as Edward Scissorhands.
All right. So I gotta ask you this.
Yeah.
If you would have the choice of eating a devil fruit, which devil fruit would you eat?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot. A host fruit? Because I'm hosting?
You know, maybe we should ask actual devil fruit users. It's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, from One Piece, give it up for Monkey D. Luffy and Nico Robin.
Euphemia, a nice Monday. Give it up.
That's the whole point. What's the next one?
なんでルフィルフィしっかり飯一体どうなってるのよし行くぞギアセカンド黄金のジェットバズーカヒヒミルフルールギガンテスコマーノ 私たちの勝ちね。おお、肉！ルフィ！まったく。
ここまでのようだな。さてニコゴビン、おとなしく捕まるかここで死ぬか選ばせてやろう。選べ、自分の運命を。
選ぶ。でもあなたの選択肢の中にはない。私は生きる。あなたたち決して屈しない。ルフィがいる限り諦めないことにした。あの日司法の塔でね。にひひ、そうだぞ。
そこで無様に死にかけている男に全てをかけるか。面白い。
もしもし、俺はモンキー D ルフィ、海賊王になる男だ。よし、行くぞ。そうね。おっとー、サンジ、飯。
You know, SALŽ, I believe in Luffy. I think he's gonna become king of the pirates one day.
Yeah, I think so as well. So next on stage we have performances with another OC.
Yep, this time they're bringing Gili the second. I don't know what happened to the first, but I'm thinking that the second one will blow you off your socks. So,
Huge applause.
A huge applause from each and every one of you for Gili.
I have a question for you guys. Do you know who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Awesome. Do you know who sang the song? Who sang the song?
Oh, what did I hear there?
Who?
A pirate!
A pirate! Now we're on track. Yeah. So, please welcome on stage Crossman as Monkey D. Luffy from One Piece.
Got you there! Ha ha! All right, I'm going to ask you all a question, and it's pretty important. Who of you all still plays League of Legends?
Have you heard about KDA? Perfect. So, on that note, if we have KDA fans and there's gonna be lights, it's gonna be fun, please bring out your phones. Remember about Con Baltic apps. Bring out your phones, don't be shy. And yeah, oh, I see, you know what's going on. Yeah, please bring out the lights. Bring out the lights, come on, don't be shy. The more phones, the better. Yeah, let's do a concert. Perfect. So we're gonna do a little rehearsal. You go left and right, left and right.
Oh, wait, maybe we can, yeah.
Amazing.
Can we do it in sync?
Should we sync it? Do you want to sync it?
It's a mess, it's a mess.
Stop.
No, put your phones on, put your phones on. Okay, let's try this. Let's go to the right. Let's go to the left. Right, left, right, left, right, 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 right.
Okay, but you're doing amazing. Keep them up. And please give a warm welcome to little killer baby as Seraphine from KDA.
Hey!
Let's go.
I'm gonna stand it like a unicorn out here on my own. I got the power of a unicorn. Don't you ever learn that I won't look back, I won't look down. I'm going up, you better turn around. The power of a unicorn. The power of a unicorn. You wanna see me dance? You wanna see me dance? You wanna see me dance? Watch me.
We can ask them about the new Rebirth game. Ah, you guys are...
That was something. Thank you so much for the lights. Give yourself a clap. Good.
What an amazing audience. I
Yeah,
absolutely
they
love
are.
them. We're so interactive.
My favorite.
Okay, well, Zell, let me ask you this. Have you heard about the release of Final Fantasy Rebirth?
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Yeah, I did, in fact. Yeah, I did.
Have any of you played Final Fantasy VII? Are there any fans of Final Fantasy VII? Ooh.
Okay,
But maybe we need to
yeah,
go more niche.
Yeah.
Way
Maybe
more
it's niche, but I think they're gonna sell themselves pretty well, and you're gonna clap wild for them. Please welcome Alex and Halsey as Cloud Strife and Sephiroth.
Give it up for the one-win angel and the soldier first class.
Embrace your dreams. If you want to be a hero, you need to have dreams. Thank you. I won't forget.
Don't deny me. Embrace me. Our beloved planet is dying. Were the planet to die, so many things would be lost. Your hometown that burns so bright. Cloud, can you bear to see the planet suffer? Slowly, silently, painfully. 7 seconds till the end. Time enough for you, perhaps. But what will you do with it? Let's see.
So what if it looks hopeless? If it were me, I still wouldn't give up.
Zach.
Well, you need a hand with him? You already beat him once, didn't you? This should be a cinch.
Yeah.
Cloud, you know what I told you.
That's right. I am your living legacy.
Aloy is a seeker and machine hunter of unparalleled skills. It takes a very brave soul and a lot of courage to survive the forgotten Earth of the future.
Have you asked ChatGPT to write that down?
You're on to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I did not have any creative input.
I guess we are really close to running rampant robot dinosaurs, so Alloy is gonna be very useful soon. So give it up for Alloy.
It's gonna save us from AI.
The drumbeat of my heart is tribal. Oh, the sweet sound of survival shall serenade this forest forevermore. The sun would have to be frozen for anything out there opposing, not to be left in its own blood on the jungle floor.
Hey, Mr. have you experienced like 1,000 years of pain?
Every morning when I wear a cosplay.
Understandable. But I can introduce you all to a guy that can give it to you. So please put your hands together for Hadass as Kakashi Hakate from Naruto.
Kakashiか。お前の話を聞かせてくれないか。
あのね、父さん。
Wow. All that carrying with those stage props. How do we get all these stage props on stage?
Yeah, that's a lot of packages, I think.
nobody is able to carry that much package.
Nobody. Maybe.
Wait.
Maybe a legendary courier?
Are we going in the Kojima route?
I guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Death Stranding, give it up for Sam Porter Bridges.
The legendary courier.
Show me your package, Sam.
I will drink your poison. I will drink your poison. Until you're falling for me.
Freeze! Put it down!
Thank you very much, Sam. Carrying that baby on stage. What a proud.
Yeah,
proud
guys,
father.
huge applause for all the couriers that are bringing your stuff through rough terrain every day.
If you want to buy your cosplays, and your couriers are the main guys that bring you all this stuff. All right. Are there any fans of Dream SMP?
Okay. So, those of you will be happy to hear that next on stage we have Wilbursut and Quackity, made by the group named, very appropriately, Prepare for Trouble and Make It Double.
Ladies and
So
gentlemen,
double
give them an
claps, come on.
applause.
As the man who called this election, as the man who stripped his own power to allow democracy to take root, corruption is a big part of what I am against.
I remind you that you are not enacting democracy because you were well within your full knowledge that it would be a one-party system until I came up. I decided that I would be running against you.
You don't want to try this.
Oh my God, Wilbur!
Anything you could do, I could do better. I can do anything better than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Anything you can be, I can be greater. Sooner or later, I'm greater than you.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I can shoot a partridge with a single cartridge.
I can get a sparrow with a bow and arrow.
I can live on bread and cheese.
And only on that?
Yep.
So can a rat.
Anything you can say, I can say softer.
I can say anything softer than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Come on, guys, give them a huge applause. They're still on stage. All right. So, SALL, up next we have yet another OC. And sometimes it's good to just read the description that they have provided so that you get exactly what the following act is all about.
Good choice.
Up next, we have an old dusty doll from the attic. It reminds someone of a Halloween joke. And people often neglect the knowledge of the otherworldly. But you shouldn't play with magic, otherwise it plays with you.
Please welcome Ulavita as Voodoo Doll.
Wow, that was pretty spooky.
Yeah,
It's like demons.
Appropriate for the season. For the season. About appropriate, you know, I always like in cosplay that the fandom is so huge. There are so many obscure little TV shows and mangas that have a spotlight on stage thanks to the passionate cosplayers. So please welcome on stage and in your hearts, Ryomen Sukuna from Jujutsu Kaisen by Mr. Prince. So you actually heard about Jujutsu Kaisen.
Are you enjoying the new season? I know you like it. I've
Okay,
seen things.
but I think about obscure things. This one, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
There's like a really small community, but they're gonna be so happy. Genshin Impact. Please welcome Didima as Yoon Jin on stage. All right, that was something.
Mon ami, it is greatest pride and greatest honor that we welcome you tonight. Now we invite you to relax, pull up a chair, as we proudly present, from Beauty and the Beast, Belle!
There's something sweet and almost kind, but he was mean and he was coarse and unrefined, and now he's dear and so unsure. I wonder why I didn't see it there before. New and a bit alarming. Who'd have ever thought that this could be true? That he's no Prince Charming, but there's something in him that I simply didn't see.
Okay, guys, do you still remember Jujutsu Kaisen? Okay, then please welcome Problematic as Sukuna and Geto Suguru. Huge applause.
Put your hands together!
I can't seem to face up to the facts. I'm tense and nervous and I can't relax. I can't sleep cause my bed's on fire. Don't touch me, I'm a real live wire. Psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Fa 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 fa. Better run, 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 run away. Oh, psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est?
Zell, you know what I really like about League of Legends is that every character has their own unique skin. That means that, yeah, you even have a Vash skin on today. Damn, doesn't Zell look amazing?
Thank you, thank you.
Let's do that again, let's do that again. Doesn't Zell look amazing? See, they love you. They absolutely love you. Now, speaking about skins, the next one is quite interesting. I would say from League of Legends, everyone in the audience, get yourself ready for Secret Agent Misfortune.
The fun begins. Watch your mouth, kid, or you'll find yourself respawning at home.
So, you know, on stage, sometimes you get 2 contestants, and sometimes only 1.
One's good.
Yeah, one's good. One's good.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Welcome, Oxify, Astulio, from Road to El Dorado.
Put your hands together, everyone.
All right, Pee-wee, you're on. Not with those. This time we use my dice. Got a problem with that? Come on, baby. Papa needs that crappy map. Stop that! Show me 7! Seven! All right! 7! Yes!
You do a lot of heavy lifting, guys, so you deserve a little break, and we deserve to do some work. Miss Dwayne, could you jump on the small stage, please?
Oh, yeah, I'm on my way.
Cool, perfect. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for our sponsors for making it all possible. And this time, instead of clapping, but of course clapping is very much encouraged, we're gonna do a pose every time I say the sponsor's name. So please keep your eyes locked on lovely Miss Dwayne on the small stage. Applause. Small applause. Super little applause. Woo, okay. Miss Dwayne, ready? Our lovely sponsors, NYX Professional Makeup, Cosplay Shop BE, Lego, Sony, Dell, Filman, Secret Lab, JBL, Nissan, Oreo, 7 Days, Barney, Hermes, Monster, Samsung, and Pringles. Thank our sponsors for amazing prizes for our contestants, but also we have to thank Hexito for amazing technical solutions, Zenitech for the created evaluation program for cosplayers, costumes, and performances, and Vilnius Tech for who will sponsor the trip to, oh my gosh, I got tired and
You're doing a great job.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. So once again, thank you Vilnius Tech for sponsoring a trip to Nordic Cosplay Championship.
And don't forget, we told you you're also cosplay judges, so use the Con Baltics app and vote for your favorite contestant using the number right here.
So without further ado, next contestant. Let's welcome from the Dream SMP.
Give it up for Filza and Technoblade. Put your hands together. That worked well.
That was a close one.
Phil.
I hardly think I'm qualified to come across all sanctified. I just don't cut it with the cherubim.
Julia, what are you talking about?
They're again, they're on their knees. Being worshipped is a breeze, which rather suits us in the interim. Oh my God! It's tough to be a god. Tread where mortals have not trod. Be deified when really you're a sham. Be an object of devotion. Be the subject of songs. It's a rather touching notion. All those prayers and those songs. Exactly. And Who am I to bridle if I'm forced to be an idol? If they say that I'm a god, that's what I am. What's more, if we don't comply with the locals' wishes, I can see us being sacrificed or stuffed.
You have a point, that's very good thinking. So, let's be gods! The perks are great!
Yeah! El Dorado on our plate.
Thank you. Local feeling should not be rebuffed.
Never rebuff the local feeling. No, my friend! It's tough to be a god, but if you get the people's nod, count your blessings, keep them sweet, that's our advice. It's great advice! Be a symbol of perfection, be a legend, be a cult. Take their praise, take the collection, as the multitudes exalt.
Donna supernatural habit.
We'd be crazy not to grab it. So sign up to New Gods for Paradise. Paradise.
Miss Vane, do you believe in magic?
Magic? I mean, my friends are pretty magic. They all have stand users.
Oh, so you believe in friendship?
Friendship? All the time, dear SALL. All the time.
Perfect, because our next group, Kawaii Shimai, will do My Little Pony, Princess Luna and Princess Celestia. Huge applause for them.
All right, my dear audience from Con Baltics, are you having a blast? Are you truly having a blast? Now that's what I call explosive. All right, up next from Bungo Stray Dogs.
Please
Give it
welcome
up.
Exile as Atsushi Nakajima.
We're going up, 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 up. You
Yeah, I wish I had those dance moves. Damn. Damn. Okay, we heard there are a lot of fans of Genshin Impact in the audience, but have you done your dailies already? And you shouldn't, because you're watching this amazing show! Some of them are like, I'm doing my dailies right now. Don't let me catch you. You have to vote instead. All right, so up next from Genshin Impact, give it for none other than Beidou.
All right. So this summer we had like a huge cultural event in cinemas.
It was the biggest debate that we've ever seen. And it was the big question, SALὼ. Are we watching Barbie or Oppenheimer?
So let's find out. You scream for Barbie, you scream for Oppenheimer.
So, who of you has seen Oppenheimer?
Good turnout. And now?
Who of you have seen Barbie?
I think that's enough.
It's settled. It's absolutely settled. And thanks to you, we can finally close off this debate that Barbie was the best movie of this summer. So, I get some death
Please
stares.
welcome on stage Kuromi Bug as Barbie from Barbie movie.
Have fun!
The best day ever. It is the best day ever, and so is yesterday, and so is tomorrow, and so is the day after tomorrow, and even Wednesdays, and every day from now until forever. No! Do you guys ever think about dying? I don't know why I just said that. I'm just dying to dance.
All right, since you've all been so active, we're going to ask you a big question. And we're going to make you all imagine if you had natural, powerful powers. You're going to be cosplayers for a second. And we're going to ask you what your favorite type of bending is. Have you all seen Avatar: The Last Airbender?
So now you have unique chance to identify yourself as a bender. So let's hear for the firebenders.
Can I hear some big stomping from the earthbenders?
How about waterbenders?
Or are you a graceful airbender? Or are you a non-bender?
One person. Great. Okay, so please put your hands together for this lovely group New Moon as the Kyoshi warriors from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Hoping for another dance lesson? Stay low and stay quiet.
I wanted to announce the next contestant, but I'm afraid I took an arrow to the knee.
Did you just make an Elder Scrolls V joke?
Yeah.
So that joke is as broken as the latest Bethesda games.
Okay, but on that positive note, please welcome on stage Juliet as daughter of nightingales.
So give it up, citizen.
To find whoever did this.
What was that? It must be my imagination.
But you know, guys, we will have an amazing performance right in front of us. So I think the Book of Life needs a little bit of life from you. Can I ask you to please bring out your phones and use the lights again? Also, vote for your favorites, of course. Oh, perfect, perfect. Pop up, yeah. Awesome. Please welcome on stage Demon as la Muerte from the Book of Life. Applause.
She brought her own lights. It seems she has brought her own lights.
La Muerte! I need a word with you, my lady.
Manolo?
Xibalba cheated.
He did what?
Yeah, with a two-headed snake.
Yes, my dear?
You misbegotten son of a leprous donkey! You cheated! Again!
Come on, my dear. Trade lands with me. I beg you.
Oh, you're so cute when you beg.
I'm serious. I hate it down there.
Hey, you're there because you cheated! You're not the man I fell in love with all those centuries ago.
I'm so sorry, my love. You deserve better than me. I know that now. Will you ever forgive me?
I do. I won't let you go. No matter where you are.
Awesome, thank you for the lights. Guys, do we have any fans of Mappa Studio Animation? Have you ever heard of Chainsaw Man? Awesome.
So, we'll let you wait no longer, because you can put your hands together for none other than the Angel Devil, Aki, and Power!
It's time to stop! It's time to stop, okay? No more! Where the are your parents? Who are your parents? I'm gonna call Child Protective Services. It's time to stop!
Okay, guys, turns out that we have more than one special spy during their cosplay contest.
Well, so what can you tell me about the next contestant? Because I have absolutely no idea, and I think you're quite the expert.
Yeah, I'm quite old, so I remember the game. If anyone remembers the games, then please put your hands together for Baravika as Kate Archer from No One Lives Forever 2, a spy in harm's way. Huge applause.
Lipstick? Compact.
Angry Kitty Proximity Mine. All right, I'm ready to go to work. My name is Kate Archer. I'm a spy. It's the perfect job. I travel to exotic locales, meet interesting people. It's the challenge I enjoy. Admittedly, the work can be a little bit hazardous. Particularly when you're in harm's way. But I'm rather good at what I do. Rather good indeed. Besides, I'm just not the stay-at-home type. And though saving the free world might be a dangerous job, someone has to do it. Wish me luck.
Clean up on aisle 5, please.
Yeah.
That's acting. Is this person okay?
I think so. Yeah.
All right. I am going to say an iconic phrase, and I want you all to finish it. You ready? Na 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 na.
Awesome. For your viewing pleasure, local Batman as Batman on stage right now. Clap! All right, and next on stage...
From Heaven's Official's Blessing.
Please welcome Hualian as Hua Cheng and Xie Lian.
Put your hands together!
Just come over and bite me. It's you in this world. 내게로 다시 왔다네. 날 구원할 거라면 just come kiss me and bite me. It's you and me in this world. 이 어둠 속에서 light me. 기회를 줄 거라면 just come kiss me and bite me.
I'll be looking around and you say, this atmosphere is menacing. You're right.
You know, I feel that the atmosphere got like really menacing.
You're right, SALL. I spot a stand user somewhere. He's not in the crowd. He might be the next contestant.
How did you know? Yes, that's Kana, as Gyro Zeppeli from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Steel Ball Run!
1890年アメリカ人類史上初の乗馬による北米大陸横断レーススティールボールランレースが開催されたにょふ染めない夢この世の全てを握るこの手を
All right. Let me ask you the following questions. Are there any fans of Dragon Age?
At least 4 people. Okay, let's try it again. Dragon Age?
Wow.
Awesome. Then please welcome on stage Morrigan.
Well, well, what have we here? I am Morrigan, lest you have forgotten, and I have just bandaged your wounds. You are welcome, by the way. How does your memory fare? Do you remember Mother's rescue? You were welcome. Though Mother did most of the work, I am no healer. We are safe, for the moment. Mother's magic keeps the Darkspawn away. Oh, very well. I will show you out of the woods. Follow me. Farewell, Mother.
So from one witch to another. The Witcher. You're familiar with it?
Ooh, SALL, I have an idea. So there are 2 romanceable options in The Witcher 3.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Maybe we should ask the audience which they have romanced.
Yeah. So...
Let me start. Are there any fans of Triss Merigold? Or do you prefer Yennefer of Venderberg?
Or do you prefer Jaskier?
Oh, I'm so mad I'm not wearing my Jaskier outfit.
However, please welcome on stage Annalie as Yennefer of Vengerberg from The Witcher!
Tinted skin. Look at the killer shape he's in. Look at that slightly stubbly chin. Oh, please, he's gay. Totally gay.
I'm not about to celebrate. Every trait could indicate a totally straight expatriate. This guy's not gay, I say not gay. That is the elephant in the room. Well, is it relevant to assume that a man who wears perfume is automatically radically fake? But look at his coiffed and crispy locks.
Look at his silk translucent socks.
There's the eternal paradox. Look what we're seeing.
What are we seeing?
Is he gay or European?
So, Viscount Lettenhall, this alleged affair has been going on for
2 years.
And your first name again is? Jaskier. And your boyfriend's name is? Geralt.
I'm sorry, I misunderstand. You say boyfriend, I thought you say best friend. Geralt is my best friend.
Well, now we know the story about Jaskier. So, are there... Oh man, I've never heard of this game. It's
Really? Oh, an unexpected guest.
How do
yeah.
I... Wait. Has any one of you played Genshin Impact?
So please welcome Xiao and D-Luke from Genshin
Impact!
Shut it!
I do gotta say, SALŽ, we do trash a lot about Genshin Impact, but they blew us away, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Give it together. Come on, put your hands together for Genshin Impact once more. Absolutely amazing. So, our next contestant is...
From Made in Abyss. Yeah, I've
Oh,
heard
have
that.
some fun. Yeah, don't be shy. Please welcome Frida M. as Liza.
It is the world's only remaining unexplored chasm, the Abyss, and we, the Cave Raiders, dare confront her depths. The apprentice Red Whistles, the proficient Blue Whistles, assistant instructor Moon Whistles, and expert Black Whistles. And of course, there are the Masters, who have surpassed all of our human limitations and challenged the Abyss. I give you the heroic White Whistles! They have brought us numerous discoveries that have changed the world. That is why they remain our most brilliant shining stars of the netherworld. And now, the soul of the greatest White Whistle of all time has at last returned home after more than 10 years. You all know her as Liza the Annihilator.
All right. Are you guys still having a good time?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the next contestant. What? Genshin Impact? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mommy Raiden Shogun.
You wish to make yourself my enemy? I am your past, the everlasting law, the guardian of eternity.
first block of our cosplay competitions. I think everyone did amazing job. You were an amazing audience. So please, for the whole first block, warm and loud applause. And stick with us, because we need to thank our lovely sponsor. And let's see if you can catch up with the claps.
Whoa. So when we say a sponsor again, you have to clap once, like we did in the beginning. Let's see how good you're getting at it. All right,
Okay, it's not the drill, it's the real thing. Get ready. NYX Professional Makeup, Cosplay Shop BE, Lego, Sony, Dell, Filman, Secret Lab, JBL, Nissan, Oreo, 7 Days, Barney, Hermes, Monster, Samsung, and... Pringles! But wait, there's more.
Of course, we also have Hexedo for the amazing technical solution, Zenitech for the creative evaluation program, and Vilnius Tech that will sponsor a trip to the Nordic Cosplay Championship. We'll see you back soon in 50 minutes.
Yeah. And
go get a snack.
The app,
go have a
about
leak.
voting.
And I would love to see each and every one of you back here in 50 minutes. Will I see you back?
All right.
Hold it to that.
See you in a while. was your 15 minutes break? Grab some snacks?
No, they shouldn't be so excited taking a break. They should be excited for the cosplay competition.
For block number 2.
Are you excited for block number 2?
But before that...
Are you excited for block number 2 of the cosplay competition? That's the audience, I remember.
Yeah. We need to warm you up. Okay. So, are we doing it different this time? I think we should switch things up, right?
Their hands need some heating. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
So instead of us announcing the sponsors and you only clapping once, I want you to start clapping until we finish naming each and every of our sponsors, which are here on the presentation.
Quick, continuous claps. Okay, let's start. So we want to thank...
Louder. All right, that's good. We want to thank NYX Professional Makeup,
Cosplay Shop BE,
Lego,
Sony,
Dell,
Feelman,
Secret Labs,
JBL,
Nissin,
Oreo,
7 Days,
Barney,
Hermes,
Monster,
Samsung,
and
Wait,
Pringles. We're forgetting something. Are we forgetting something, right?
We're not forgetting something because there are 3 different sponsors that we also have to thank for
Absolutely.
their addition to this cosplay contest. As such, we have Hexido for their amazing technical solutions.
Perfect.
We like
Zenitech, who created evaluation program for cosplayers, costume, and performances.
And of course, Vilnius Tech, that is going to sponsor the trip to the Nordic Cosplay Championship for one lucky winner of this contest.
And also remember, you have power in your hands. Using your phones, you can use Con Baltics app and vote for your favorites. So definitely do that.
Have you already voted?
Okay,
Good job,
14
that one
14
person
people.
right there.
Okay, that's good.
Whew.
We
Okay.
should start.
Should we start? We should start. All right. From the Star Wars movie 1 till 3, put your hands together for Padme Amidala.
Woo! For Star Wars. Okay, so now let's go back in time and think about the Moomins. Are you familiar with the Moomins? Do we have Snufkin fans? Do we have Mama Moomin fans? That's perfect.
Why is that perfect?
Because next on stage is Moomin Mama and Snufkin from Moomins by Tove Jansson.
I have one rifle. Oh boy. I have one rifle. That would beat me at posing.
Are we doing that?
So there are so many incredible contestants, but I think there's only one that can outdo me in posing. And it's none other than Junko Enoshima from Danganronpa.
Please welcome Cyber Guacamole as Junko.
Why am I running off the stage?
Ah! Can I help you?
What is your name?
Ryota Mitarai. And you are?
Junko,
sorry.
stop!
We met before.
This may sound weird, but for some reason... In my head, oh god, I keep hearing the words... Despairful and fateful encounter. Wow, if I were a gigantic weeb, I'd probably be impressed by you.
You think anime's just for nerds?
Well, duh.
Anime is an important part of our culture!
Aw, look at him tremble. He's gonna burst a blood vessel because I dissed his waifus.
Yeah. Once my project is done, you won't get to laugh like that!
Is that so? Okay. Challenge accepted.
That's gonna be hard. All right. Can I borrow you for a second as a backdrop for a photo? Like really quick, okay? Can you pose, Miss May? Yeah? Yeah.
You really like me posing, don't you?
Super quick, super quick. Okay, guys, so if you want someone to smile during the photo, you say...
Cheese?
Yeah, everybody. Cheese. Louder. And next on stage, Taylor as cheese.
Put your hands together.
Oh, I have no strength when I'm hungry. My appetite is growing again. Delicious food can heal the body and soul. だからもっと近づきたいからもっと声聞かせてその手掴んだら離さないから My hair is a mess. Will you brush it for me?
And for our next performance, there's only one rule, you know? It's from Encanto, so we don't talk about... We don't talk about... We don't talk about...
They know. They know. Unfortunately, it's not Bruno, but it's even better. People of the audience, give it up for Mirabel Madrigal.
I can't just talk about myself. I'm only part of the amazing Madrigals.
Who's all the amazing Madrigals?
Ah, you're not gonna leave me alone, are you? Casita. Oh yeah. Drawers. Floors. Doors. Let's go. This is our home. We've got every generation. So full of music, a rhythm of its own design. This is my family, a perfect constellation. So many stars and everybody gets to shine. Whoa. Let's be clear up while I run this show. Whoa! She let us here so many years ago. Whoa! And every year our family blessings grow. There's just a lot you simply got to know. So, welcome to Family Madrigal, the home of the family Madrigal. We're on our way, where all the people
Okay, let's pop on a small stage for a bit and announce another person on stage.
Up next, from Token Rambo, give it up for Kogi Tsunimaru. Small stage.
Again.
Small stage. Big people, small stage. Up next, from the mobile game, which is a very famous tower defense game, people of the audience, put your hands together for W.
Yeah, coming. Don't rush me. Cook this, cook that. My turn to cook again. As soon as I'm done cooking, Ines always makes me help put up the tent. Then Hoderer always drags me somewhere for recon. After that, there's always some kind of strategy meeting. Huh. Check this potato. Ines got a head like so. Now that I think of it, you could probably squeeze a bomb into a potato. Maybe a good trick to play on some miserable dumbass. Hey, Hoderer! Nothing. I was just talking about how I'll come collect your corpses when the two of you drop dead. You want a potato? 3, 1, kaboom! I'll blow up what I want. You guys do whatever you please.
Talking about an explosive act. Wow, that was amazing.
Nice. Okay, guys, so I hope you're ready and I hope your hands are ready to clap really loud for Crazy Quinn, who's gonna portray Duchess from Foster Home for Imaginary Friends. Huge applause for Imaginary Friends.
Although she is usually quite a rather expressive cat girl, she likes to go on stage and absolutely give it her all so that she can turn back to her usual self.
Huge applause from all cat girl fans. Come on, cat girls.
Have you heard about cat girls? The audience, no, quite the connoisseur, I see. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, Give it up for Vanilla from Negopara.
내 마음속 빈틈 사이 빛이 들어와 선물 같은 오늘 하루 터질 듯한 에너지 세상을 물들여본 마음으로 꿈들이 피어올라 하늘 저 높이 우리의 여정 이제 시작이 아닌 날 아름다워 한길 넘어 잠든 나의 차를 깨워 벽을 넘어 이 빛을 따라 너에게 run and run shining bright 밝게 빛나 높이 날아가 손을 잡고 크게 소리쳐 망설일 필요 없어 달려 크게 소리쳐봐 내 가슴에 별을 담아서 영원히 기억될 우리의 페이지에 내 팡팡팡 빛나 shining bright
Do you hear voices in your head?
I'm a cosplayer, what did you expect? Of course I do.
Yeah, so give it up for voices in your heads and give it up for the next contestant is Senua from Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice. Give it up for Migle, come on!
It's coming.
Yes, it's coming.
There's no... I'm sorry.
What are you doing? You're showing weakness. You're not a warrior. You're a disgrace.
Get up.
Pick up the sword. Pick it up. Fight the darkness. Get up and fight.
There's no going back. Why is she doing this? She's doing this for him. He's already dead. I feel you coming. Quiet. I know what she's thinking. I hear her thoughts.
Hello. Who are you?
Doesn't matter. Why did you join us? Welcome.
This way.
And thus cometh the age of stars, guided by a lunar princess who will show us how it will be to serve her unendingly. Your mic.
Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah, that's true, that's true.
Up next, none other than Ronnie the Witch from Elden Ring.
May I have a word? I am the witch Rani. I stole death long ago, and search now for the dark path.
Quick memory check. Do you remember how we asked you about the Geralt's romantic choices? You remember that? Yeah, there was a huge contingent of Tris Marigold fans. No? 3 smelly-year-old? Okay. So I guess you should be happy for Dragon Queen cosplaying as Triss Merigold from Witcher 3. Huge applause. That's better, that's better.
Oh, we're going to do this again. Sorry. Stop the music. Let's reset.
We're gonna do some magic and start again.
Yep. All right, go ahead.
Look how the lights of the town are shining now. Tonight I'll be dancing around. I'm off on the road to Galway now. Look how she's off on the town. She's off on the search for sailors. Though there's 5 fellas here to be found. She's never been one to stay at home. Home you'll go and it's there you'll stay. And you've work to do in the morning. Give up your dream of going away. Forget your sailors and go away. Chero aliru, chero aliru, chero aliru veri. Chero aligas vansa alimar taga waraga chenta.
And now for something completely different.
No, Sal, we're not done. Ladies and gentlemen, up next from The Witcher, give it up for Ciri.
Ciri.
I'm running with the wolves. I'm running with love. I'm running with that. I'm running with that. I'm running with the wolves. I'm running with the wolves tonight. I'm running with the wolves. I'm running with the wolves tonight. I'm running with the wolves. I'm running with that.
All right, Sal, take it away.
Never enough swords, right? Do you like swords? Great. Do you like Japanese swords? Okay, so next is Ravenate from Ghost.
Sword. Japanese sword.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, so next, please welcome Ravenate as Jin Sakai from Ghosts of Tsushima.
You know, Zell, I gotta confess this to you.
Yeah?
You're my favorite number one.
Aww.
And my favorite number two is none other than Luigi.
Luigi!
Give it up for Luigi!
I'm getting tired, finding somewhere to begin. And checking never ending, why don't we go? Choose your direction where only we know. The distance is the end of everything. So why don't we go somewhere only we know?
You look quite dapper today. I think, Zell, that you look quite dapper today. What is the occasion?
Thank you. I'm actually trying to impress certain butler. So please welcome on stage Sassy Elegance from back butler Sebastian Michelis and his lord, Shell Phantom Hive.
Wow, big crowd.
Sometimes I wonder why they need me at all. Zydrate comes in a little glass vial.
A little glass vial?
And the little glass vial goes into the gun like a battery. And the Zydrate gun goes somewhere against your anatomy. And when the gun goes off, it sparks and you're ready for surgery. Surgery.
Amazing, all right.
It's truly amazing, but we have been infiltrated, Zell. Don Flamingo, we know that you've put a mole inside of one of the contestants. One of your officers has infiltrated the show. Nice move, but we saw it coming all along. Damn!
And we're gonna spell it out, so put your hands together for Rambinomi as Sugar from One Piece!
Is that a bit too wacky? That was a bit too wacky.
머리가 아픈 게 웃겨 애교 감성이 웃겨 Cheese! Cheese cheddar cheese 감성 cheese cheese 뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜 웃겨 머리가 아픈 게 웃겨 애교 감성이 웃겨 웃겨 Cheese! Yeah 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 yeah
I hope we have in the audience Pizza Demon's guns and sword connoisseurs, because next on stage for your viewing pleasure is Moonscreen as Dante from Devil May Cry 5.
Put your hands together.
A rose, fancy.
Absolutely. Okay, so we've established that there are quite a lot of League of Legends players in the audience, right? So, can I get a cheer from the people that like to play AD carry? Do we have some support? Perhaps some mid lane? Perhaps jungle? Or last, and definitely not least, top lane? I get it, everyone wants to be top. Good! Up next, give it your all for Coven Zyra! Woo!
Things aren't always what they seem.
I will go for a little shop of horrors to this monster.
Come closer. Take careful steps. Just a harmless flower. The forest holds many surprises. Just wait. Live.
No place is safe while I'm free!
Soon. Be ready.
Okay, you had that 15-minute break to do your dailies, so please welcome again character from Genshin.
Give it up for none other than Klee. Woo! I zoned out. I zoned out for a second. Like, oops.
Are you here for playtime with Klee? Okay, so you'll be in charge of the Stormwatch.
So let's just dip our toes in. It's fine. We are going to be okay. That's okay. Hey, that's okay. That's 30 pulls, no 5-star. That's all right. Everything's both. Everything sucks. Whatever. Let's go! Early, and get me the hell off of this banner. Am I dead? What is happening? Where? It's gotta be here, right? Praise Jesus!
It's free real estate.
That cost more than a PS5!
Yep.
Okay.
Wow, that's a lot of money. Money.
I mean, should we? Okay. There is a crew that'll take care of it. So we're just gonna stay here.
Yeah. So we have to continuously talking a little longer, and I'm absolutely not postponing everything that I say right now.
No, it was all planned. We were supposed to talk so long.
I have an idea. What if we do the wave with everyone?
Oh, that's perfect. How about wave? How are we feeling? Okay, so let's start.
Let me do this. My arm. Everyone that sees the tips of my fingers puts their hands in the air and starts screaming louder. So, okay, the higher my hand rises, the higher you go in audio, right? Okay, so let's do that again.
Really loud.
One more time. They are still game.
Yeah, and I think they're all nice and ready for another performance from Genshin Impact. Please welcome to stage Lynette.
Put your hands together. We wanted to postpone everything, and you guys already cleaned everything up. It's like, okay.
We have 4 ninjas.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Linny's magic assistant, and if you have work-related inquiries, please ask Linny. If you have questions related to seeing a magic show, please ask the ticket office. Is it time for a magic show?
October is a best time for horror, and it's a pretty decent time for shopping. So, from a little shop of horrors, please welcome flute as Seymour Krelborn and Audrey 2.
Wow! Whoa!
That was the best wall I've ever given in my life.
I need some food! More!
But there isn't any more. What do you want me to do? Slit my wrists? Look, how about I run down to the corner and pick up some nice chopped sirloin?
Must be blood.
Tui, that's disgusting.
Must be fresh.
I don't want to hear this.
Feed me!
Does it have to be human?
Feed me!
Does it have to be mine?
Feed me!
Where am I supposed to get it?
Feed me, Seymour. Feed me all night long. That's right, boy. You can do it. Feed me, Seymour. Feed me all night long. 'Cause if you feed me, Seymour, I can grow up big and strong.
All right. Up next, we have a little intermediate section where we talk about all our sponsors. And as we did before, it's not done yet, no. It's intermediate, we have still some more shows to go. So, we would normally call out our sponsors by doing a couple of poses on that stage right there. Would you like to see us pose again?
Okay.
But would you like to see SAL� pose? SAL�, no other option. Go
Okay,
to the
I
stage
guess
over
I
there.
go.
Okay. Every time I say a sponsor, SAL� is going to do a new pose. He's going to figure out how to pose as Vash. And you know, while I'm saying that, give SAL� a huge applause. So start clapping, and I will say the sponsors. SAL�, are you ready? Yeah? Okay, let's go. NYX Professional Makeup, Cosplay Shop.be, Lego, Sony, Dell, Fielman, Secret Labs, GBL, Nissin, Oreo, 7 Days, Barney, Hermes, Monster, Samsung, and of course, SAL�, your best pose ever goes to Pringles! Of course, we also have to thank Hexito for their amazing technical solutions, Zenitech for creating an evaluation program for cosplayers, and Vilnius Tech, who will sponsor a trip to the Nordic Cosplay Championship for one lucky winner. Woo, 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 woo. And while we're at it, did SAL� do a great job posing? He's a natural.
Thank you, but on the topic of great job, our contestants are doing great job, and I'm pretty sure the next contestants are gonna be spot on as well. Do we have any skating fans? Do you like Skate to Infinity? Please welcome Kaoru Sakurayaki and Cherry Blossom.
He was a skater boy. She said, "See you later, boy." He wasn't good enough for her. Now he's a superstar, slamming on his guitar to show pretty face see what he's worth. He was a skater boy. She said, "See you later, boy." He wasn't good enough for her. Now he's a superstar, slamming on his guitar to show pretty face see what he's worth.
Okay, so up next, are there any Vocaloid fans in the audience? Wow.
That's good, that's great. That's great turnout.
Absolutely. So, people of the audience, give it up for Hatsune Miku strawberry version.
Wow, it looks like you really like Vocaloids, which is actually great news because...
We have another Vocaloid performance for you! It's just because we love you, absolutely. Okay, so up next, people of the audience, put your hands together for Hatsune Miku!
I have a strange feeling we're gonna experience death on stage.
Oh God,
really
okay.
shortly.
If any of you kills the contestant that comes on stage, I'm gonna be so mad at you.
Yeah, we're gonna be very cross. Because next on stage is Plutogras as Kenny McCormick from South Park.
Can't you get it? Understand? They're gonna execute the mother to elevate the man. They're gonna propagate the killer, eliminate the youth. They're gonna blind date everyone until you love them too. They're gonna blind date everyone until you love them too. They're gonna blind date everyone until you love them too.
He made it. That's amazing. Okay, but now someone makes his way to the stage and all fans of Bungo Stray Dogs, put your hands together for Atsushi and Akutagawa.
Oshinoko, I Hoshino. I'll try this one.
A student named Playtime appeared in my way. She pulled out her jump rope and said, "Let's play!" I tried to escape, but Baldy burst through the door. So I began skipping rope as I had never before.
1, 2, oops, you messed up. 1, 2, oops, you messed up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that makes me sad.
わかりました。芥川、このインカムは太宰さんとつながってる。話があるそうだ。太宰さん！太宰さん！
You guys really love Bungo Stray Dogs, don't you?
Yeah? Yeah, we can hear that.
Okay, our next contestant is from the source, Oshinoko. Give it up for Ai Hoshino. Woo!
知り得ないそんな言葉にまた一人落ちるまた好きにさせる誰もが目を奪われてく君は完璧で究極の愛がここにさえ現れない一番星の生まれ変わりその笑顔で愛してるで誰も彼も虜にしていくその瞳がその言葉が嘘でもそれは完全な愛
That was great. Okay. So we had those guests a couple of times already, and I think there are some fans here. Please welcome from Dream SNP and their staff as Ranbu.
Who am I looking for?
The tall white guy. Not me. Like, when I mean white, I mean like his face is like fully white. Still not me. No, still not me. I mean like there's no features on his face. No, still not me. It's like he put like a sock on his face or something. Oh, come on, that's still not me.
You're half a sock.
You're not calling me half a sock. I'm a full man.
Amazing job, amazing job. All right. So, my dear judges, you have been up since 6 o'clock this morning to judge this whole competition. How do you like it thus far?
Yeah. Give a warm applause for the judges. They're doing great work.
Is that still for me? Thank you, Ghostly. Love you too, boy. Love you too. All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, give it up for Jessica Rabbit.
You had plenty money, 1922. You let other women make a fool of you. Why don't you do right like some other men? Get out of here.
She's married to Roger Rabbit.
Yeah, what a lucky coil.
Now if you had prepared 20 years ago, you wouldn't be wandering now from door to door.
This stage is just perfect for all these things. Oh, the big C's. Comic-Con. Yeah, whoa, that's smart. Double C, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, guys. So, without further ado, I have something really strange for you. Toilet-bound Hanako-kun. You know this one. Great. So please welcome on stage Hanako-kun and Tsukasa-kun for your viewing pleasure.
Now, friends, let me tell you about this cat that I once met. Smooth talker with an export cigarette. I don't believe I ever saw him without a cocktail in his hand. switches on to the big band voodoo band. Yeah! Now he strolls through the city like a big old alley cat, with his pinstripe suit and a big bad voodoo hat. I don't believe I ever saw him without a kitten on his hand. And no one swings us on to the big band voodoo band. Hey, Mr. Pinstripe Suit. Hey, Mr. Hidey-Hidey-Ho. Well, I know you got the answers. We all wanna know. Yeah!
If you see another person that looks identical to you, run away and hide.
And they even clean after themselves. That's great. All right, that was really something.
Ooh. What if I told you that the next cosplay act was none other than Bangu Stray Dogs? No. What if I said that the following cosplay act is none other than Bangu Stray Dogs? All right, dear people of the audience, give it up for Shibuya. All right, SALὼ, up next. The following character is actually quite known for constantly cracking unfunny jokes. You know, it's a bit like us today.
We're not the same. But I want to get you really hyped up, so put your hands together for another representative of Genshin Impact community. Please welcome on stage, Sino!
I wanna be a slave, I wanna be a master. I wanna make your heartbeat run like roller coasters. I wanna be a good boy, I wanna be a gangster. Cause you can be the beauty and I could be the monster. I wanna make you quiet, I wanna make you nervous. I wanna set you free, but I'm too fucking jealous. I wanna pull the strings like you're my telecaster. And if you want to use me, I could be your puppet. Cause I'm Dapper, researching for redemption. And I'm a lawyer, researching for redemption. And I'm a healer, searching for redemption.
I absolutely love to see cosplayers that make cosplay props that just do out the whole performance. Cool! Take notes, judges. Very important. Okay, up next, from the Gogol movie. Give it up for Nikolai Gogol.
And the fabled bazaars with the cardamom cluttered stalls. You can smell every spice while you haggle the price of the silks and the satin shawls. Oh, the music that plays as you move through a maze in the haze of your pure delight. You are caught in a dance, you are lost in the trance of another Arabian night. Arabian nights, like Arabian days. More often than not, are hotter than hot in a lot of good ways.
All right, so next on stage we'll have a cos band. Their name is Rolton, and they are bringing you Vocaloids. So keep your lights on and please welcome on stage Kagamineren, Kaito, Kagamineren, Mikudayo, and Nenerobo.
Put your hands together.
Aš sakau, kol kas, kad žymim raudoną, bet stebuklingai atsiras, aš visur iš jų ieškojau.
時前でした食わず嫌いな将軍徳川海人は大流行しているカップヌードルの禁止を発動。その将軍の誤解を解くため松前藩から三船洋が久留米藩からネネロボが江戸城に向かったのであった。久保様こちらがカップヌードル味噌だよ。お口に合わぬときは張り切ってお詫びします。花太郎ピンネギキャベツと謎肉の具材3種の味噌を合わせたおむすびに合うランキング大事だよ。センス上、歯、ケガと首を
Wow.
Yeah, great.
That's a
great,
lot
great,
of
great.
props. Yeah, I like to see the cosplayers use a lot of props. Okay, so have you heard of this very niche anime called Demon Slayer? Oh, you're in for a treat because our next contestant is indeed from Demon Slayer.
Please welcome on stage Xai as Sanemi from Demon Slayer.
Wow, you really have to have a high determination to do such skills on stage. Now, have you heard of the video game called Undertale? Big fan base, wow. Well, my dear ladies and gentlemen, if you've taken the worst path ever, you'll meet the following character. Slap your hands together for Kara!
And keep your determination high.
I'm filled with determination.
Greetings. I'm Kara. Thank you. Your power awakened me from death. Let us erase this pointless world and move on to the next. No? How curious. You must have misunderstood. Since when were you the one in control?
その後が無礼な道徳を出せなきプレイには忘却をさことの際には終止符をいざ無限にプレイ無条件絶対激高ならしげなソン生かせばいいとこでもしげなソン嘘のビッグエア美しみで怒れ集え歌え破滅の名を
All right. There's nothing like a good romance story, right?
Are you about to spoil me what's going to happen in this anime?
No, absolutely not. I just wanted to say that I like romance stories, and romance stories with a chainsaw are even better. So please welcome on stage Vivi and Imek as Denji and Reze from Chainsaw Man.
Yeah, you're right, SALL. Chainsaws and romance stories really make it hot.
Told you.
Okay, up next, we'll have from Dead Cells. Give it up for The Prisoner.
Begin audio prompt in 3, 2, 1.
All right, and next on stage, what a surprise. I have to say some fandoms are really like putting a double shift during this cosplay competition, and
Popular nonetheless, absolutely.
Yeah.
So who do we have next?
You won't believe it, but it's Bungo Stray Dogs. So please welcome on stage Dazai, Osamu, and Chuya Nakahara.
Your pronunciation is on point, my dude. Your pronunciation is on point. That was absolutely spectacular, SALL. Don't you think so? Did we miscommunicate?
You should.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, we'll do it like this, very close to one another. So, up next, from Honkai Impact, give it up for SEALł.
Huge applause.
This is not a fairy tale, yeah, it's a horror movie. Everything
You know, Miss Vane,
Do we do this again?
really?
Okay, you know what? You have big stage privileges. You
Okay.
announce the next one.
Okay, for this one, we switch. Please welcome on stage a cos band named Hope from The Promise of Hope. Welcome Sasha Sobakin and Anton Tianochkin. Huge applause! Come on, come on, come on, come on!
You and me, we're not the same. I am a sinner, you are a saint. When we get to the pearly gate, you get the green light, I'll get the old door in the face. I'm a loser, a disgrace. Yeah, I found love in the strangest place. Tied up and branded, locked in a cage. I say I'm gonna stage a great escape. Let loose a level and drop me perfectly out of place. I'm a loser, a disgrace. You're a beauty, a luminary in my face. I got a lot, not a lot. I got a lot less than a lot.
Oh, it's really getting hot in here, I would say. So I was thinking, you know, pyramids? Egypt? Sounds familiar?
Ooh, are you seeing a pattern right here, Zell?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm seeing a pyramid, but on a head.
I see it on a hill.
On a hill, yeah. And a lot of mist.
Oh my God, we're just like spiraling out of control, Zell.
Really?
What the hell?
Pyramid's head from Silent Hill!
Okay. We're spiraling out of control. I'm getting mad.
A lot of Silent Hill fans, I hear, but it was creepy and really scary, but now for something completely different.
Yes. Up next, we have another Vocaloid.
So be on your loudest, pick up your phones, give us some lights.
We have 2 acts to go, and of course, we need your phones in the air
Yeah.
for the next
Up,
2
up.
performances. Yeah, so try and swing on the beat that you'll hear in the audio. Yeah, like that. Okay, but then on the rhythm. Okay. So we're going to do that. More phones. I want to see more phones. Come on, guys. You're an engaging, interactive audience. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Amazing. You're making Deal proud. Thank you. Good. All right.
Welcome on stage, Lanali, a strawberry, Miku. Yeah, that is exactly what we want to hear. So, last but not least.
Why is it ending, SALL? Why?
Don't worry, we still have some fun tomorrow.
Wait. Oh. Anyhow.
Spoilers.
So I'm going to say it again. This is going to be the last performance of today. You are happy that it's done. What the hell? Okay, whoa. Let me do this again. So this is the last performance of today. Okay, I get mixed feelings, but you know what? Yes, I like it nonetheless. So,
I think you're still having some appetites for Vocaloids?
Absolutely, SALL. So, up next from Vocaloid, give it up for Vampire Miku.
Atashi vampire, 命つっちゃっていいのもう無理の無理なんて古い答え試したいないっぱいで咲きたいあた絶対いけるよ愛で最後ずっと行き来してる甘くなるフランの果実もう発展しと息をしてもいらないだけうさいだけ誰かといればそれはならねば強がってたって気持ちには逆らえない離れていても感じてる絵も繋がって確かめたら死ねるかもいいもん悲しいもん切ないもん君の全てを食らうまで絶叫私バンパイア命つっちゃっていいのもう無理の無理なんて古い答え試したいないっぱいで咲きたいまた絶対いけるよ
And that's it for Block 2 of Cosplay Competition on Con Baltics 2023. But we can't, we can't leave you. You know, there's cold outside. I think you need a little warm up again. So let's finish how we started. Let's do short claps for each and every lovely sponsor that allows us to be here and on this lovely stage and you having those lovely chairs. So, are you ready?
Short claps?
Short claps, yeah? All right, that's not the drill. Come on, let's go. Next professional makeup. Cosplay shall be Lego, Sony, Dell, Fieldman, Secret Lab, JBL, Nissan, Oreo, 7 Days, Barney, Hermes, Monster, Samsung, and Pringle!
Of course, we also have Hexito for their amazing technical solutions, Zenitech for their creative evaluation programs for cosplayers, costumes, and performances. And last but definitely not least, give it up for Vilnius Tech, who is the sponsor to a trip to the Nordic Cosplay Championship for one lucky winner.
And remember, that's not all, because we see you all tomorrow. Same place.
I hope you're already looking forward for tomorrow. But be aware, performances will be there tomorrow, but you can also participate in the Cosplay Masquerade, which you can still register on tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
And we strongly encourage you to do so.
Yeah, the register place is in Hall 3 at the Cosplay Info Center, and then the Masquerade itself will start at 3:15. So, I see you all there, and thank you for watching. Bye, guys!
Without further ado, goodbye, good night, bang!